Stop it right here. Stop right here. We gotta back up. Back it up. Back it up. Oh, roof's going. Roof's gone right now. Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
From a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't the general disclaimer, obviously I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, here's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that getting to this point was dangerous. The first out of the eye, I mean, look at all the damage just on this little stretch of highway.
Flooding farther to my south, but when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it
tornado. We deploy
Power lines are coming down. Stop it right here. Stop right here.
We gotta back up.
Back it up. Back it up.
Oh, roof going. Roof's gone right now. Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
From a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't
The general disclaimer, obviously, I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, here's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that getting to this point was dangerous. The first out of the eye, I mean, look at all the damage just on this little stretch of highway.
flooding farther to my south, but when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news, though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it
inside of it. We're getting inside the tornado right now, right here.
We are in the tornado.
In the tornado right here.
Tornado. We deploy.
Power lines are coming down. Stop it right here. Stop right here.
We gotta back up.
Back it up. Back it up.
Oh, roof's going. Roof's gone right now. Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Category. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
From a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't
The general disclaimer, obviously, I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, there's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that getting to this point was dangerous. The burst out of the eye, I mean, look at all the damage just on this little stretch of highway.
Hey y'all, it's meteorologist Erica Lopez. On this Wednesday, March 5th, we're tracking our third day where we're under a enhanced risk of severe weather. That's a level 3 out of 5. And we've been seeing storms pretty much since the beginning of the week as we are turning the page from meteorological winter to meteorological spring, an already active week. It's only Wednesday. And so the threat today is in the Carolinas, and that's what we're watching, this line of storms that is rapidly pushing into parts of North Carolina, South Carolina, and even here, I'm in Jacksonville, Florida, and we're starting to see a little bit of activity. So let me show you what's going on now using the My Radar app. And then I see a bunch of you guys in the comments, so keep commenting on there. Let me know where you're watching from, what your questions and concerns are for today's severe weather risk, and I'll try to answer any of the questions that you guys have. So let's give you a quick rundown on what's going on currently. So a line of storms is on the west side of Raleigh, North Carolina. Earlier, there were a couple of tornado warnings, but most of these are severe thunderstorm warnings, mostly for the threat of some gusty winds that are really coming on the west side, like I said, of Raleigh. Now, this whole area, and you're seeing this yellow shaded region, this is a tornado watch that's been issued through 1 p.m. Eastern time. So atmospheric ingredients are conducive for the potential of tornadoes later on today. And I wouldn't be surprised if this tornado watch gets extended for maybe eastern North Carolina here, and even parts of Virginia. Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci will be joining us later. He's actually in field storm chasing, and so we're going to get live updates from him later on today. But you can see this tornado watch extends into coastal South Carolina, and earlier today there was actually a severe thunderstorm watch for parts of Georgia and Florida. It looks like they have discontinued it. Most of this activity will just be rain, maybe some gusty winds, but maybe staying below that severe criteria. I'm in Jacksonville, so the storms are on the west side of us, and then eventually coming into central Florida, you can see just some isolated showers and possibly some thunderstorms here and there. So a wide area is under this threat of severe weather. And most of this will be in the early afternoon into the mid-afternoon as these storms push in. And they're moving in pretty quickly. So once all of this is out of the way, conditions will be much better heading into tomorrow. So I know a pretty active week. I'll try to keep track of what's going on in the comments here. But yeah, that's what we're seeing so far right now. And thankfully, no tornado warnings issued currently across these areas. So we can kind of go and give you an update on these current severe thunderstorm warnings. So there's a severe thunderstorm warning that also includes parts of Virginia here. And this expires in about 12 minutes. So right now, mostly for looks like 60-mile-per-hour winds. And yeah, so these storms packing a punch here. And so let me read out some of these counties. And so this is, and I'm trying to get some of the latest information here, but a pretty active evening already across these areas. So we're looking at for the Caswell, Charlotte, Southeast Campbell, and Pittsylvania counties, Halifax counties as well, and Danville. So that's that severe thunderstorm warning that's bordering and into parts of Virginia here. And then just south of that, so it looks like in Burlington, this is North Carolina. We also have this severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the next 12 minutes. They are tagging a tornado possible. So things could quickly ramp up here. If they do see any rotation within these storms, it will quickly issue a tornado warning for these areas. But so far, we're good. Just seeing severe thunderstorm warnings. But what you will notice is the wind picking up here if you live in any of these cities over the next several minutes. And then eventually, I think they might extend severe thunderstorm warnings for Raleigh. So Raleigh, you're down the line from these storms. So I would just be prepared to get some sort of notification on your phone saying a severe thunderstorm warning for this area. So what we're primarily watching it for is the gusty winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and maybe some penny-sized hail is what the current warnings, the wordage of the current warnings are. So that's what we're tracking here is just several severe thunderstorm warnings, and it looks like they did expire, the ones just to the south of this area. So overall, not tracking any tornado warnings, which is some good news here. And yeah, pretty much a pretty active, and you're seeing on top of me, here on your screen, that is that enhanced risk of severe weather. We've been tracking, multiple days of this, and it's really focused in on central and eastern North Carolina, coastal South Carolina, and parts of Virginia, and maybe a small area there. And I think that's the Delmarva Peninsula. So yeah, a huge chunk of the country under a severe weather risk. And you can see that slight risk, that's that level 2 out of 5, extends into parts of Pennsylvania. So we're talking about Philadelphia. We're talking about Washington, D.C. there. That's where meteorologist Matthew Cappucci is currently. So, and I think he's going to chase a little bit more south. I'm not really sure where he's going to head, but I'm assuming that's where he's going here over the next several minutes. And I just got a notification on my phone that there's a special marine warning. So it looks like these storms, as they push out of our coastal areas here in Florida, they're kind of triggering these special marine warnings. So if they're strong enough, usually some of these could trigger some water spouts, but I just don't think the potential is there, especially off the coast of Florida. And so, yeah, we can zoom in here. And you can see that line of storms already pushing through southeast Georgia, just on the west side of Jacksonville, mostly heavy rain. And I mean, it's a work day, so maybe some of you will just see and hear the rain if you're inside. So I don't think it'll make too much of a hassle on the roads unless you have to be out on the roads for the lunchtime hour. But there we go. There is that line of storms that continues to track into areas of Raleigh. But the good news is, again, we're not tracking any severe or any tornado warnings currently. And hi, Sandy. Thank you for joining us. Always here when we're live streaming. It rained most of the night and all day so far. It's also very windy. Yeah, the wind, pretty serious. We've been seeing wind here in Florida as well over the last several hours. So a pretty potent system that has pushed through. And once this pushes through, um, you know, it'll be a much better weather scenario for a lot of us. Something else to note as well is in Central Florida and even Tampa, you're going to get in on some of that thunderstorm activity. Nothing I think will be severe. You guys are under that level risk 1 out of 5, but you'll still see some storms heading into the rest of your day today, mostly in the early afternoon into the late afternoon for parts of Central Florida. And a lot of you guys that watch us are in Florida. So I just kind of wanted to mention that this morning. But for the most part, right now, just seeing severe thunderstorm warnings. And maybe we could show y'all, and let me get this ready here. We'll keep the app up, Jack. A little bit of a future radar here. For those wondering what's going on. I'm checking to make sure, because I think this future radar is just slightly behind the timing here, maybe by an hour or so. But Jack, let's show the browser here and kind of time out the storm. So yeah, so there's that future radar. I don't know if I can zoom in there. I don't know if that looks zoomed in on the stream. Yeah, I think it does. So, and you can kind of see the timing there on the left side of the screen, but going into, and you can see most of the storms are to the west side of Raleigh. So I think between 12 and 1, those storms will start to arrive for areas of Raleigh. And then you can see most of the activity across Northeast Florida is out to the coast. Across Central Florida and Tampa, that 1 to 2 o'clock time frame is when the thunderstorms will arrive. We can see a lot of the more intense storms, and this is associated with the line of storms. So any of these storms or this line of storms, as they get stronger, the main risk I think will be gusty winds. We may get a tornado embedded within this line of storms. And then really, I think by 6, 7, most of the activity is off the coast. You can see some just lingering showers and maybe thunderstorms behind that front over areas. But really, I think as well, Washington, D.C., you'll see some activity. Places like Philadelphia and New York City, you'll get mostly rain there. So pretty active already. You can kind of see that really strong low pressure system kind of circling here in the future radar. So that's what we're tracking. And actually, so I want to show you something as well using the My Radar app. And this is, I think, one of my favorite features in the app. And I always love to show it. I'm always posting it on my social media just because I think it paints a great picture. And let's see if I can toggle this on. So we're going to use our satellite feature here. And something to note with what's going on in our satellite feature. So we can kind of see all the cloud coverage, where the lightning is. One thing that I was noticing earlier is there were some breaks in the clouds, especially in eastern North Carolina. And so that is going to fuel some of that instability later on today. It was a little bit more prevalent earlier. You can kind of see where the clouds start to clear. So any clearing could bring up those instability levels, and that could mean the potential of seeing some rotating storms as moisture is being pumped in from the Gulf or from the as we're getting moisture pumped in from the Gulf as well. And most of that moisture has been in place all week, especially across yesterday, Louisiana, Mississippi. You guys were seeing a pretty active day. Now just cloud coverage. Mardi Gras was yesterday, so some of those storms arrived over that area, and then some of that moisture now coming into parts of the Carolinas with that instability. Really, atmospheric ingredients are conducive for at least some sort of rotation. I think it'll ramp up as we head into the early afternoon, as we get some of that daytime heating, the clouds start to break. That's really what we're watching here. But I always love to show this feature. I think it's so cool. Yesterday, actually, and I was seeing this in Texas. You can kind of see this south here. Look at this. It was so windy in Texas yesterday, and this is just some of the lingering dust that the winds picked up. Dallas, I was seeing pictures all over social media of hazy skies because of the dust that was in the air. And so you can kind of see that now, that cold front really helping push it out of the way there, but you can see most of it is concentrated in the southern tip of Texas. And so I think that's another cool feature that we can see from our satellite. If there are clear skies, you can really see where that dust is there on your screen. So something interesting that I noticed yesterday. And then that was happening in Texas after that severe weather pushed through. Pretty active one. I think it was Tuesday morning. There were confirmed tornadoes in North Texas and Irving. There was a confirmed tornado, all sorts of damage there. So yeah, we've been having a pretty busy week here on my radar.
Hey, Erica, can I take over the mouse for a second?
Yeah. And Jack's there kind of taking over
You're good.
the stream. So see, let's go back here. Good morning, Shannon, Michael. Yeah, Jack's with me here this morning, keeping track of everything in the background. He's always doing a great job. So shout out to Jack. We usually show him, but I think he's a little bit more camera shy. Okay, so Anthony, Williamsburg, Virginia, and you'll be heading to Dallas, Texas. Well, I guess it depends on what time you head out. The storms are pretty much the west, so I think regardless, you're going to run into these storms, but heading to Texas, I think you'll be fine here over the next several days, especially if you're going to do it all in one day. Once you get out of really the mid-Atlantic, I think you'll be fine in terms of weather conditions here. Okay, so let's go back to our radar. And I'm seeing if there are any more updates from the Storm Prediction Center here. So they just issued a severe thunderstorm watch that includes Maryland, Virginia, and then, yeah, let's see if it's waiting for that to populate. So yeah, the Storm Prediction Center just issued that severe thunderstorm watch. So that just means that you're going to see some gusty winds. They are labeling that as a tornado, possible tornadoes within that severe thunderstorm watch. But so far, the only tornado watch that is in place is at least through one of the Carolinas. And somebody asking, let's see, Tim, I'm not seeing too much lightning. Do you think it'll pick up in the afternoon? Yes. So depending on your location, let's see. Yeah, so right now most of the storms are to the west. But I think once we get towards the afternoon, and the timing really is crucial. I think this is moving a little bit faster as well, maybe by an hour or so. So, if it can align with that moisture, we might see a little bit more, especially I think most of it will be in eastern North Carolina, just because there's just more real estate to work with there. The storms are almost off the South Carolina coast here. And then here in Jacksonville, and I'm looking out my window to see if there's any rain. The rain hasn't reached me yet, but it's on the west side of Florida. So these storms will be out of the way for Northeast Florida here pretty soon and coastal South Carolina. But yeah, I'm also noticing not too much lightning with these storms so far. Let's see if I can. I always like to show the markers more than the flashes, but yeah, let's see if these will populate on there. Yeah, so there's that, and they're issuing it. The Storm Prediction Center has highlighted this area for that severe thunderstorm watch, but we have to wait for the National Weather Service offices to actually punch or push the button and actually highlight it on the map there. So you can kind of see Richmond, Virginia, just south of Washington, D.C., you're under the severe thunderstorm watch. And let's see if this populates. And this is this is until 6 o'clock. So yeah, pretty active parts for the mid-Atlantic there until 6. We still got a little bit of time. I think they might be out of the way before then, but this is mostly for just south of Washington, D.C., a small area in, the Delmarva Peninsula, Salisbury is also under this severe thunderstorm watch. Norfolk, not under any watch right now. So yeah, that's really the area that we're watching that for. Ooh, and the wind just picked up here in my apartment in Jacksonville. Pretty crazy. Gusty winds. Yeah, so the national map is there's so much colors, so many colors on the national map here. And let me see if I can show y'all with the browser that we have here. Yeah, and so let me know where y'all watching from, and let me pull up. I can hear you, Jack. Uh-huh. Okay, so let's go back here and see. I don't know how I did that earlier. Okay, Jack, can you pull up the browser there? Yeah, so this map, it's like somebody colored in and filled in all the boxes, but you can see pretty much active weather from winter weather across the upper Midwest. And you're also seeing winter weather in parts of the West. Fire has also been a big issue here over the last several days, and we were covering it in the MyRadar app. But yeah, there's fire risks into tomorrow, and that's why they've issued that bright pink zone in New Mexico and includes parts of Texas. We're talking about El Paso. There is a day 2 critical fire weather risk tomorrow. So extremely dry air. And that's also something that we've been tracking. So not only is the severe weather a threat, there was also, you can see in that orange zone, let's see if I can zoom in there. And I like to show you on this map just because you can see the colors a little bit better. That is actually blizzard warnings. And we were also tracking that, Monday was a very busy day. And it's still pretty active. So blizzard warnings issued. So it's kind of like a hot and cold weather scenario that's happening. So on the east side, severe thunderstorms, upper Midwest, blizzard and winter weather, especially in Iowa. That's where we're seeing those blizzard warnings in Iowa, Des Moines. I think just south of Minneapolis there. I'm not really sure if, yeah, just south of Minneapolis. And yeah, so a pretty active weather scene and still keeping track of these thunderstorms. Yeah, definitely a lot happening on the weather map. And March usually brings in these crazy swings of weather. And that's why March really kicks off the active storm season, just because you get some of that cold air that comes in from the north and then that warm, humid air that comes in from the south. And so just the clashes of temperatures also helps fuel that instability, helps fuel severe thunderstorms. And obviously, to the north of those regions, you still deal with winter weather at least through May, could even extend into June. So some of those areas you don't really see summer-like conditions or spring-like conditions until possibly into, just right at the start of summer. Of course, in the South and anywhere along the East Coast, you just start to get these severe thunderstorms. And that's definitely what we've seen for the first week of March. It looks like we just turned on a button, and usually it doesn't happen that way. We did have some severe weather days in February, but it seems that as soon as it turned into March, we started to see severe weather activity. And over the next several days, we're still going to be tracking that active weather across every corner of the country. And I'm keeping an eye to see if we have any new updates here. So far I'm seeing, and we can go back to, I'm switching between browsers here. Let's go back to the app, Jack. Here we go. Yeah, so far right now, just 2 severe thunderstorm warnings coming very close to Raleigh here. I'm going to take a drink of the coffee before it gets cold. Yeah. Sandy says, I haven't heard any news yet about the rain affecting the fires in North and South Carolina. So that's a great question. I did see, let's go back because we can actually show you fires in the My Radar app here. And let me, so you can do, see, hotspots, kind of see it there. Just see why. Oh, interesting. Okay, so there's a look at all the wildfires, even the small ones, across the country. And yeah, it's quite a bit of activity in the Carolinas. So it looks like the rain is moving in over some of these wildfires. So that's a great question, Sandy. I hope this gives you a little bit more context of what's going on in those areas. Yeah, quite a bit of wildfires here in South Carolina, even though they're small. Hopefully the rain helps alleviate some of these conditions over these areas. But yeah, great question. We can show you all this in My Radar app as well. There's so many features. So any questions that y'all have, we can pull it up here. And let me take a look at what's going on with the power outages, because there were quite a bit, and you can kind of see them just because this line of storms really brought in those gusty winds. And yeah, quite a bit of people out don't have power right now. So let me get some of those latest numbers. Power outages, a lot. I'm seeing quite a bit in Alabama. Let's see. Yeah, so far in North Carolina, we have about 18,000 customers without power, mostly in Western North Carolina after the storm was pushed through. Alabama, 38,000 customers in Alabama, about 10,000 in Georgia. Those storms rolled in super early in Georgia between that 1 to 2 o'clock time frame in Atlanta. I was actually up looking at the storms that late. And so I was seeing that line of storms push through. So I think most of the power outages, yeah, are in, you can see North Georgia there. Alabama has quite a bit. And I think from yesterday's overnight storm threat, a lot of areas in Louisiana continue to be without power. So about 17,000 customers. And in Texas, that's a huge number. About 93,000 customers are without power in the state of Texas. And most of it, yeah, and within that zone where those strong storms pushed in. So quite a bit of power outages in Texas, although it is a bigger state, but that a lot of the population lives within this area in North Texas and East Texas as well. So still dealing with some power outages from the storms that pushed through. And also because after the storms, it was pretty windy, and windy conditions can knock down power lines as well. So on top of, that squall line pushing through, making way for gusty winds, the winds really lingered well into yesterday, and possibly, I think, even into today. So still dealing with pretty gusty winds. Most of the winds are now in East Texas. But let's go back to the browser because let me show y'all where the current wind, and let me make sure this is wind advisories are in place. See if I can pull up that national map again. Yeah. Jack, I don't know if we can pull up the browser now. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so that can area, those are those wind advisories. Looks like winds are much better in Texas, but wind advisories continue for a lot of the south, most of the Midwest, and even in the upper Midwest. So we're still dealing with a lot of wind. It's even, as the line of storms pushes through here, the wind yesterday in Florida as well. We don't get a lot of days with gusty winds in Florida, but that definitely was an issue over the last couple of days here. Hey, Rod from Richmond, Virginia. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm watch. And let me go back here. I'm switching between images here. Okay, so let's go back here. See what other. So power outages still continue to be an issue. Looks like we're getting some power outages coming into parts of Virginia, just on the western side of North Carolina, as well as this line of storms pushes through. I'm not seeing any new updates right now, but Raleigh, looks like they didn't issue. Let's zoom in. Yeah, just on Durham, North Carolina, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning as that line of storms pushes through. And let's actually toggle on the per station radar in this area, just because it gives us a better radar scan of the storms there. Yeah, so we're seeing kind of those oranges and reds. That's where the heaviest rain is, but I'm not seeing anything too crazy right now on the radar. Most of it's just heavy rain and those gusty winds. Let's see if we have any storm reports here. And so far, let's see. Yeah, down trees, I'm seeing a lot of down trees across South Carolina, North Carolina. That's most of the storm reports I'm seeing so far. And actually, I can show y'all this as well, so you can follow along with me here. Let me put this. Yeah, so Jack, if we can put up the browser again. Yeah, so this is just a list of the storm reports. Most of this is right now just wind and seeing an isolated report in Georgia. So it looks like most of these reports are down trees, down power lines. Thunderstorm wind damage, large tree. Mostly looking for numbers. Yeah, a lot of trees being uprooted from, I think, Virginia as well. Pennsylvania, I guess after that line of storms pushed through, you guys were under that severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour thunderstorm wind gust in North Carolina. So that's so far what I'm seeing in terms of wind. Yeah, and so most of it is in Western North Carolina here. Yeah, so see a couple of you guys in the chat. Keep talking. Let me know where you're watching from. And if you're watching this from the MyRadar app and you have questions, we are live streaming on YouTube. We're also on X. We're on Facebook. So if you want to join the conversation, I see a lot of you guys in YouTube, but also comments coming in from Facebook. And so those would be your best options if you have any questions. But if you're on the MyRadar app, you can go to our other platforms. We're pretty much everywhere. And so we won't be hard to miss. Okay, let's go back to my radar, Jack. And how's everything looking, Jack, on your end? Yeah, so there's the full severe thunderstorm watch, Salisbury, Ocean City, all included in that. So, I mean, good news so far. No tornado warnings. And let me check. We can toggle on our different products here. Yeah, so, I mean, kind of see a gradient of where the strong winds are. So some pretty significant winds may be coming into Durham here along Road 147, along Highway or Interstate 40, I should say. That's what I'm seeing there in velocity. Some pretty strong winds. And so far, I mean, I'm not seeing too much in terms of any rotations, any rotation, which is good news. So far, the squall line has just produced some straight line winds, and I'm not seeing any lightning either. It's quite interesting. It is early. Yeah, getting some updates here on my phone. Let's see. Yeah, so far the only lightning I'm really seeing is now starting to get some activity in Georgia and even Florida. Florida is getting some lightning strikes there. See if we can turn that on. Yeah, so I was double checking because I want to make sure that I always love to reference this is the Windows version of the app that you're seeing on our live stream. And then obviously I have my phone with the app. So most of the lightning is in Florida right now. And so just some thunderstorms rolling through. Like that line of storms is now pushing into downtown Jax, just some heavy rain, some thunderstorms coming into Gainesville, and then some coastal thunderstorms just right off the coast of Tampa there. But in terms of thunderstorms in the Carolinas, not seeing thunderstorm activity there yet. Yeah. Well, thank you, Sandy. I think he's talking about some storms in Puerto Rico right now. And I'm kind of looking at that on the radar. There's some like light rain. I'm not seeing thunderstorms there. Okay, so kind of want to do, and we'll wait until I have this set up, Jack. So leave the app on for now. I want to check in on what our wind reports have been so far in this area, but I have to set it up. Let's see if I can find the link on my laptop. There it is. And I always look at this almost daily. But we'll wait, Jack. Let me set this up. Okay, so we can now put the browser on. Jack, I don't know if you heard me. There you go. So what I'm showing you on the screen right now is our wind gusts that we've seen. Some of our latest wind gusts. So far, and let me see if we can go back in time. So it's March 5th. Go back. Let's see if we can get some of this. Yeah, so most of the wind, you can see 45-mile-per-hour winds in Lexington, Davidson County Airport. That's what I'm seeing so far in terms, and we can zoom in and see if we can get more on here. Yeah, so far I'm just seeing 20, just that 45-mile-per-hour wind gust was reported in Western North Carolina. Durham, I'm seeing 37-mile-per-hour wind gust. Kind of curious to see if we have any from yesterday. We can go earlier. Go all. Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty windy day across the South. It's still pretty windy there today. Okay, let's go back to the app. Yeah, so far right now, we just have this one severe thunderstorm warning. And this is for Person, Orange, Durham, and Northeastern Chatham counties until 11:15 a.m. So we have another maybe 25 minutes on this warning. 40-mile-per-hour wind, moving pretty fast. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well. Can't topple trees down, so just something to keep in mind. It's just on the west side of Raleigh. This is a very populated area too, over that area. I'm curious to see what the population is there. And let's see, it's a pretty populated area. So about 500,000 people are under this severe thunderstorm warning. They're also tagging it with a tornado possible just because I'm seeing, and we were looking at that in velocity, very, very strong winds coming into this region. That's a lot of you guys. So if you start to hear the wind pick up, which it probably has, that is why you're under that severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see. Yeah, Jessica, where are you traveling from? Let me know. A lot of you guys traveling today, Wednesday. Lynn says Sinton. Yeah, Fayetteville, North Carolina. Yeah, North Carolina is where most of the action is right now. So from, let's see, Pittsburgh, Durham, Roxborough, that's where that severe thunderstorm warning is currently. And that tornado watch goes until 1. coastal North Carolina along I-95. Fayetteville. Okay, yeah. Fayetteville, you're not under any warning, but the rain is going to start to pick up, maybe some wind. Not too bad right now, though. But yeah, maybe over the next hour or two, that's when the storms will move in and then move out. I think you'll be fine after that 1 to 2 o'clock time frame. Yeah, I'm watching the comments here. 10-8, it's almost 11 o'clock Eastern time. Let's see. Yeah, so the Storm Prediction Center is still highlighting that zone in eastern North Carolina where the tornado threats will increase midday. So although it's just severe thunderstorm, once this line reaches, I think, that eastern North Carolina zone, that's usually where we get some more activity. That's when we're going to start to get some possible tornado warnings in that area. Yeah, we're here bright and early with you guys. And thanks for all of y'all chatting there. Let me know if you have any other questions. We can track out the storm, time out the storm. And I'm kind of waiting too. I'm in Jacksonville and I hear the wind. No rain for me yet. I live on the east side of Jacksonville. Like some rain coming in there. Jack, I'm not sure if we have an update on Cappucci. Yeah, maybe check in on him and see. More of the lightning is, yeah, in Florida, but I'm not seeing that in North Carolina yet. Yeah, so I just saw, and our meteorologist Matthew Cappucci just posted a forecast video in the app, so you can watch that in the app as well. Okay, so let's round it back. It's 11 o'clock Eastern time. If you're just joining us or you joined us in the middle of the stream, we've been streaming for about, I would say, an hour, tracking the severe storm threat in the Carolinas and across the mid-Atlantic. So far, we've just seen severe thunderstorm warnings, but this line of storms continues to push east across the Carolinas. I'm meteorologist Eric Lopez. Shortly, I'm going to be joined by meteorologist and storm chaser Matthew Cappucci. He's going to be out in the field tracking these storms. We're kind of in two different locations. He's in Washington, D.C. I'm in Jacksonville, Florida. And so we're kind of both in the line of these storms currently. And we're streaming all across our platform. So if you're watching us on the My Radar app, you have a question, we're on YouTube, Facebook, also on X. And I'm seeing all the chatter. So I will see your question if you ask it in whatever chat you choose. So, right now what we have is a tornado watch that's been issued through 1 o'clock. The tornado threat is expected to go up in eastern North Carolina. And so I wouldn't be surprised if this tornado watch got extended into those areas. We have severe thunderstorm watch that's been issued just right outside of Washington, D.C., includes Richmond, Virginia. So what this means is severe thunderstorm capable of producing some damaging winds are going to be possible. Tornadoes could also be possible within the zone, but a very isolated risk under this enhanced risk. That's a level 3 out of 5. And the Storm Prediction Center will actually update the risk area here shortly. They usually do it around lunchtime. So we'll get an updated map from the Storm Prediction Center here and maybe some updated watches. And so that's really what we're watching after pretty much an active week. We had an enhanced risk for parts of Oklahoma and Texas on Monday so that was for the Tuesday into Monday, Tuesday overnight threat. And we did see some overnight tornadoes. And then that stretched into parts of Louisiana, Mississippi. It was a pretty much all day event in those regions where they also saw some active weather. Line of storms pushed through that area with a couple of tornado warnings here and there. And then now this line of storms pushed into Georgia in the overnight hours. Some gusty winds were reported there. And now we're here, Wednesday, March 5th, tracking these storms in the Carolinas. So that's 3 days of a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe weather. And so, yeah, already a busy start to March. Just let me know where you're watching from in the comment section. And let me know if you have any questions. Quite a bit of you guys in the Carolinas, in Virginia. So I'm glad that those that are under the severe weather risk are asking the questions. And there's a couple things I can show you on the MyRadar app as well. But so far, looks like we are seeing an uptick in those severe thunderstorm warnings. So Raleigh now officially under a severe thunderstorm warning. And let's get some of the latest here. So it's a huge area. 60-mile-per-hour winds, moving at 35 miles per hour. And let's put on the per station radar. I think they're going to see some pretty significant winds here in Raleigh. Yeah, so it looks like it's already coming into Durham, those winds. Raleigh, of course, being warned ahead of time for those gusty winds. So if you're in Raleigh, I would just stay put for at least the next 30 minutes to an hour. Strong winds will come into that area. You don't want to be out on the roads, especially with that heavy rain. And then just south of this area, there's a severe thunderstorm warning as well along that line of storms for Moore, Scotland, Harnett, Richmond, Cumberland, Lee, and Hope County. So quite a bit of counties in North Carolina, and that goes until noon Eastern. So about an hour that you guys are under this warning. So Fayetteville, some of you are watching us from there. You're just right outside of that warning box. You will get in on this rain here in the next hour or so. So just down the line in those strong winds. So this is along Highway 295 in North Carolina. And then just north of that area, Virginia, also seeing a severe thunderstorm warning. And this is for Mecklenburg, Edward County, Lunenburg, and Nottoway County in Virginia. And this is until 11:45, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well with these storms. Yeah, so Maryland, and somebody's asking, what time will this hit Maryland? So I think at around after lunchtime, depends on where you are in Maryland. Western Maryland, I think you're going to start to see some of that rain move in as early as noon, and then some of this more severe storms between that 2 to 3 o'clock time frame. And then really most of the activities out of the way by sunset. And so I hope that answers your question. That's when that afternoon, that mid-afternoon time frame. And that's why they've issued that severe thunderstorm watch for Virginia. Maryland, you're not in that watch. Yeah, stay safe in Raleigh. Pretty active. You're going to get in on the winds here in the next couple of minutes. Glad I could help you, Joy. so far so good in terms of those tornado warnings. Let's reset this radar. And let's leave these warnings here. So yeah, Raleigh. Let me see if I can get any reports, if there are any reports coming in from there. Refresh this. Now, so far, I'm not seeing too many reports yet. Yeah, so far, just that severe thunderstorm warning in Raleigh. That's really the biggest, I think, threat right now, just because Raleigh has a bigger population. So a lot of you guys probably got the warning on your phone. Yeah, about a million in this warning. So huge chunk. And we're talking about from Stovall, Middleburg, Franklinton, Wake Forest, Cary, Raleigh, Holly Springs, Pittsboro. You're just right on the outskirt of that warning, but that's a huge, huge warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail. Yeah, and you can really see those gusty winds, not in Raleigh just yet, but getting there. And you're probably starting to see the uptick in winds in that area. And checking in on power outages here, see if we have any updates as well. So far, so good. Most of the power outages in North Carolina are in the west. But that may go up just from what I'm seeing on radar. Yeah, so it looks like we're starting to get in on some clearing here in eastern North Carolina. I love playing around with the satellite here. And you can still see the lightning strikes as well from the satellite feature. But a pretty powerful storm system that is pushing through a large chunk of the country. It's bringing some pretty gusty winds for a lot of the South, Midwest. You can kind of see it there spinning. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting system. I was showing earlier as well that I thought was really interesting was the dirt and the dust that was picked up by all the wind. Now just on the southern tip of Texas here. But yeah, it looks like it's clearing. It might clear out here over the next hour or so. And I was paying attention to some of the weather in South Texas because I usually pay attention to, and if you're not aware, SpaceX launches a huge rocket out of South Texas. And I usually do some forecasting for another platform there, and they keep delaying this launch. It's been delayed about 4 times. Pretty hazy down there now, but looks like tomorrow might be clearer in terms of that. But here at my radar, we pretty much keep track of the weather everywhere, and we can show you what else is going on here. On top of that severe thunderstorm warning that's heading into Raleigh, there there's so much going on in the weather world, and we're trying to keep track of it all. Let's go to the browser, Jack. And I always like showing this map. I showed it earlier, but I will show it again because it's just like somebody colored the map, filled in the boxes with whatever color they wanted. These are all the warnings in the country, what advisories and warnings. So that yellow zone that you're seeing on your map, that is that tornado watch that's been issued. That pink in the mid-Atlantic, that is that severe thunderstorm watch that's been issued. All of those tan colors, those are all wind advisories. You can see a lot of the country, because of how powerful this system is really being affected by the winds across this region. And then to the north, blizzard warnings, talking about blizzard warnings for Des Moines and parts of Iowa and Minnesota, still dealing with winter weather up there. And then out west, in some of the higher elevations, we're also seeing some winter weather. And then just south, very dry air mass for parts of New Mexico and El Paso. And so tomorrow they're going to be under that critical fire weather. And so that's kind of a little bit of a rundown of all the weather that's happening across the country. And it's been a pretty interesting last several days. March already kicked off pretty active. Someone asking about Florida. Yeah, so Florida, we can go back to the My Radar app here. Let's put on this radar. Florida right now, and looking out my window to see if I can see the storm. Don't have a really good view of it. Florida, you're not under any sort of watch or warning. I think most of this will be thunderstorm activity. Maybe non-severe. They actually canceled that severe thunderstorm watch. I think they were saying that, not too much in terms of severe storms in Florida. So Florida, you'll just see some pretty heavy rain instances, depending on where you are in Florida. If you're in Northeast Florida right now, that's when that rain is moving in. Gainesville, you're seeing some rain now, some thunderstorms off the coast of Tampa that are moving in here shortly. And then Central Florida, I think you'll see some thunderstorms in that 2 to 4 p.m. timeframe. So Florida, at least for severe, looks like for the most part, you're out of the woods and you're safe in Florida. Most of the activity is in the Carolinas. And that's when we're here live with that enhanced risk of severe weather. Yeah, but so far, just severe thunderstorms. Since we started the stream, we haven't seen any tornado warnings. There were some earlier this morning, but I think it was just one in the Carolinas. And now we're just tracking this line of storms pushing into Raleigh, that severe thunderstorm warning. And let me put on the precision radar. Yeah, so the winds are over Durham right now. So if you live in Durham, you're hearing and probably feeling the winds. And then in the next, I would say 30 minutes, I think, arriving in Raleigh. Yeah, but keeping track of any questions, comments that you have, it's 11:16 Eastern time, early morning severe storm threat that we're tracking here. I think if there's any more questions, we can kind of do a little bit. Let's show y'all a future radar here. Go back. Yeah, so let's go to the browser and show you where the instability is currently. So this is just a model run of what the instability could look like later. And instability is one of those ingredients that we need for some of the strongest storms. It'll really start to build in the afternoon. Not a whole lot of instability. This is not something that, in these areas compared to the plains, instability, this is sufficient to get any of the strong storms to get going. So that's where we're seeing some of those gusty winds across the Carolinas, but especially heading into that 2 to 4 o'clock time frame, we're going to start to get an increase in that instability. And so I think that's why over that area, really in midday, that's when I think the tornado threat will ramp up. If we get some clearing skies, and we're starting to get that, I'm seeing that on satellite, and that's really where it starts to ramp up. We also have wind shear over this area. So that's the change with winds in change in direction with winds with height in the atmosphere. And so that really helps the storms rotate. And we may see a little bit of that as well in the afternoon. We just have this potent system, this potent low pressure that's moving across the Midwest. And that's really what's driving the active weather in the Midwest, that winter weather, cold air, and then in the East, that warm, humid air. And so just a couple of the ingredients that we're watching for severe weather. Although Florida, your instability is now, and these storms are moving pretty quickly. I don't think it really aligned with it, so I think that's why the severe weather threat will be minimal, especially in Florida. You'll get some thunderstorms, and usually March in Florida is when we start to kick off that thunderstorm activity, and usually April and May is when we start to get those afternoon thunderstorms. So, and it's felt like a long winter just because it's been pretty cold, even for us in Florida. So we're starting to get that change in season now. Meteorological spring has started, usually starts March 1st, and then we'll get astronomical spring here soon. And I just got a notification on my phone that we're going to get some moderate rain here in 15 minutes. Sandy reporting thunder. Let's go back to the app here. Yeah, I think I heard a rumble of thunder just now too. I'm in Jacksonville. And Sandy, I know you're in South Carolina. Yeah, some strong storms moving in there now. And you can see how the Storm Prediction Center is also expiring that tornado watch behind the line of storm. So once this pushes through, pretty much your threat is over if you're in South Carolina and North Carolina. But a pretty fast moving system in general. Let's see. Yeah, so we're still tracking this severe thunderstorm warning in Raleigh. There's still about 40 minutes left on this warning, just because most of the winds are now coming into Durham and on the west side of Raleigh. And then just to the south of that as well, we have on the west side of Fayetteville, you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but soon crossing into highway, or I should say Interstate 295, and that'll be over the next hour or so. But those two warnings are in North Carolina. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning in Virginia, gusty winds as well coming into Chase City, Clarksville, Victoria, Burkeville, and Crew here. And then looks like the storms are coming off the coast of southeast Georgia. Lots of lightning there. And in downtown Jacksonville, Gainesville, Ocala, you're seeing some of that storm activity. Tampa. I know a lot of y'all also going on spring break here soon. Not sure if anybody is in Florida for spring break yet. These won't ruin your day. Connecticut, welcome from Connecticut. You're way up there. Connecticut, you'll get some rain too. That'll be mostly late afternoon to the evening, but nothing severe. That's actually, and I'm curious to see, I want to put on this temperature map and kind of see where that warm air is right now. One of the cool things about the app, and I always love using this, and I have in the past, is not only does it plot temperature, inland, but it also plots ocean temperatures. And I love this because it keeps it all in one. Usually in the past, I would I have to go on a website and look up what the water temperatures are, especially here in Florida. I pay attention a lot to the water temperatures because I love to see how it changes through season, especially during hurricane season. That's very important. And so we can really see that on the My Radar app, and you can see some pretty cold waters there. Inland, though, we're seeing 60s, maybe 70s later on this afternoon, which will help with the instability. Jacksonville, 80 degrees. I haven't been outside yet today, so I need to go out and survey, I guess, the temperature. You can see the water temperatures just off the coast of Florida, 59 degrees off Fernandina Beach, one of my favorite spots in Florida, and then 60s there. But if we zoom out, kind of see where the front is. And I keep meaning to put that on. I do want to put in those frontal systems. So there, you can see where the front is in relation to where the storms are. There's that low, very long cold front pushing through. And then right behind it is that cold, dry air, high pressure moving into Texas, and, really leading to that warm up in temperature. Still pretty cool. See that cold front pushing in, and a lot of that cold air to the north there. Temperatures below freezing this morning. So still winter in the Midwest and upper Midwest and north of Central Plains, but that warm, humid air, Florida all the way across the Carolinas, and even look at Washington D.C. You're seeing 60s already, and it's only 11:30 in the morning. Philadelphia as well, and New York a little bit cooler in the 50s. See that warm front draped over this region, and then that cold front that extends all the way down into Florida. So just a couple of features that you have access to in the My Radar app. And I'm always playing around with the app and figuring out temperatures or water temperatures. You can put that in relation to satellite as well, which is cool. It's a cool imagery. You can see where that front is in relation to our satellite imagery. You can see where that low is spinning, center of it. I think now a little bit more to the east here. And then just all of that cloud coverage, thunderstorm activity across Florida, just a couple of features there. A couple cool things that I like to show. Yeah, and if you're watching us from the My Radar app, have any questions, we're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, quite a bit of questions coming in from Facebook. See if we have any new storm reports here. No, it's just seeing some wind damage, more Ravian Falls. Just mostly some trees down across these areas, even Virginia, Halifax, trees down there. Yeah, so let's get you an update on the current severe thunderstorm warnings. And we can toggle on the power station radar. Yeah, so Jack, let's leave up the radar here for a bit. I need to check something with my laptop really quick.
Testing 1 2. Test 1 2 3. Testing. All right, awesome. Well, we got a positive confirmation from Jack, the editor extraordinaire, that we are up. So, oh, Jack is also in the Zoom call. Awesome. All right, folks, we're taking a live look right now as we drive northwest of DC. Now, the interesting thing is this morning, the bulk of the activity should be primarily south and east of DC. A severe thunderstorm watch has been extended as far north as Charles County, Maryland, until this afternoon. So the bulk of the first round of storms is near and south of DC. LCS, or a quasi-linear convective system, basically a squall line with kinks of spin. One little kink is closing in on Richmond right now. There's a surge of winds there, probably 45, maybe 50 miles per hour, locally higher. And then a second kink a little farther to the north. But one of the tricky things about today's forecast is that even though it's very windy a mile up in the atmosphere, we don't know if that wind is reaching down to the ground due to something called an inversion, meaning it's warm at the surface, a little warmer just above the ground, and the winds have a tough time mixing down through that warm layer about a mile up. And so it really depends on how heavy the rain comes down and if we're able to kind of drag that momentum down to the surface. That's one of the tenets of these QLCSs. A lot of folks don't see too much of anything, and then a few folks see a lot in the way of wind and perhaps even a few kinks of spin that can produce tornadoes. So again, low-end tornado risk today, scattered damaging winds. But my concern is this afternoon, after this initial round comes through, areas west of 81 in the panhandle of Maryland, Western Virginia, West Virginia and far southwest Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh down towards roughly, I'd say Chambersburg, could see a little bit of sunshine. And that would be self-destruct sunshine, meaning we would heat the ground a little bit more and wind up adding more instability or thunderstorm fuel to the atmosphere, and perhaps pop a couple additional showers and storms. I think that'll happen along the northern Interstate 81 and perhaps the Interstate 68 corridors around 3 or 4 p.m., hence why I'm driving towards somewhere between Hagerstown and Cumberland. But the interesting thing is that same zone will be closer to the low pressure center. That low pressure center is rich in vorticity or spin, and subsequently we could see a little bit more in the way of, rotation with these storms if they're able to stay alone, isolated, and discrete. Here in the nation's capital right now, just west of the Potomac, we're seeing a little bit of light rain activity, nothing too much. Temperature 61 degrees, and you see it's kind of gray, dingy, overcast. That's the reason why we're not seeing that much severe weather yet. Emphasis on yet. Farther south, where dew points, i.e. the amount of moisture in the air, and temperatures are a little higher, across the Carolinas along 95 and east, they're going to see a little more severe weather. Same thing in southwest, or rather southeast Virginia. I think Virginia Beach and Norfolk could see some pretty stormy conditions in the next few hours. Richmond is about to get in on the action. In fact, winds to around 45, 50 miles per hour now approaching Powhatan on the west side of Richmond. There's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Chula down towards Crew and Nottoway seeing winds. This includes the city of Richmond. This includes Chesterfield and Cumberland counties, Goochland County, Henrico County, Hanover County, Dinwiddie County, Amelia County, and Powhatan County. Again, it's a lengthy severe thunderstorm warning. It includes the west side of the Richmond metro area. Right now I'm on the GW Parkway heading in the direction of, I guess, north and west of D.C., the Potomac Highlands, and eventually perhaps the panhandle of Maryland. That's the target area today, somewhere between Martinsburg and Hagerstown. I don't really want to drive up into Pennsylvania, even though there will be more spin and more forcing or oomph to get storms going up there. We just don't really have as much juice. So there's a fine little overlap between greater wind dynamics to the north and better spin up to the north as well, but rather better instability or cape juice to the south. So that's why I'm going somewhere between, say, like Hagerstown, Martinsburg, Winchester, maybe as far north as Cumberland. I think the threat really doesn't get going until like 3 or 4 p.m. up there. So round one is coming through right now. It's not super energetic. It is primarily south of DC. And then round two could be rather interesting as well. So, I probably won't see too much this morning in the way of nasty weather, but hey, it's a good little first exercise for the season. We know I'll be out chasing a lot in the way of severe weather come April and especially May. May is the peak month for severe weather. The United States averages about 92 tornadoes during the month of March. That bumps up to 212 in April and 284 in May. June, we're kind of on the downswing of things. It's mainly the high plains that see activity, down to about 212 tornadoes. But really, when you're talking about like 700, 800 tornadoes over a 3.5, 4 month span, it's no surprise that spring is definitely a time where a lot of folks in the plains hold their breath. can and do occasionally get severe weather all the way to the eastern seaboard. Today's what we call an HSLC environment. Sounds like a bunch of I was going to say mumbo gumbo. Mumbo jumbo is the expression, but high shear, low cape environment, meaning a lot of spin, but really not much juice. And if there's not much juice, the storms don't grow very tall and they don't really feel that spin. So it's always kind of a crapshoot to see whether or not they actually reach high enough to feel the jet stream, feel those changing winds, and subsequently rotate. Erica, you're wearing your live stream shirt. I always love when you wear that blue. You look very nice today. How's it going?
Hi, Cappucci. Thank you. And thank you for the update. I took a quick break and I heard your voice. Always a great start to the morning when I hear your voice. But yeah, I mean, looking rainy where you are in Western Virginia. Is that where you are? Rainy here. I just took some video in Jacksonville and the winds were picking up, pretty heavy rain. I got the alert on my phone for the rain that was coming in here. So, we're kind of in both areas that have active weather right now. But so far, at least some of the good news right now is that we don't have any tornado warnings. But like you mentioned, that could pick up here in the next couple of hours.
You look kind of lucky right now. And I'm looking at the radar for Jacksonville. It looks like the fine line has passed east of you guys. So it looks like you're almost done. For the folks at home wondering what the heck is a fine line is basically a band of thunderless thunderstorms. It is forced or triggered by the environment because there's so much in the way of wind energy. But really, there's not much juice to help the storms grow tall. So they don't even grow tall enough to produce thunder or lightning. And so, Erica, I know that you got there was a little band of showers coming through with that fine line, but otherwise, did you hear any thunder or lightning, or it was just kind of too low topped and too shallow?
I did hear thunder earlier. There were lightning reports in the My Radar app, just the west of Jacksonville. There were some in around Gainesville, but at least right now, I heard one rumble of thunder like an hour ago, and then just rain here in Jacksonville.
That'll be kind of the case today for a lot of folks. You might not hear thunder, you might not see lightning, but the storms will still be rather feisty in spots, just given how much wind energy there is. But again, they're really low topped. And that's one thing I think folks need to remember. We always say don't wait for thunder or lightning before getting ready for a storm. And on days like today, it's true. Back on February 7th, 2020, yeah, it was 2020, we had 5 tornadoes on the west side of DC and Loudoun and Montgomery counties on a day like today. High shear, low cape, wasn't much juice. The storms are only about 12 or 13,000 feet tall, so very shallow compared to the 50, 60,000 footers you get during the warm season. We didn't even have any thunder or lightning, but we still got tornado activity. So it's proof that sometimes you can and do get some nasty storms, even without any charge separation or thunder and lightning caused by storms growing tall. I'm also a little bit intrigued about what could happen this afternoon in southwest Pennsylvania. There might be a little sweet spot where the spin and the juice overlap just a little bit. So I'm probably going to head towards like Cumberland, maybe grab a quick bite to eat there, and then keep driving west in the Panhandle, Maryland, or even dip into southwest Pennsylvania. I'll probably get gas up there. But I still haven't even had breakfast. It's 11:43 Eastern time, and I still haven't even had breakfast.
Yeah, me either, Cappucci. So we're in the same boat.
Should I DoorDash something?
I think you are the DoorDash. You're in a car.
I am, but I'm driving the wrong way. I was going to say I could swing down with some chips and salsa, some margs. Yesterday was Taco Tuesday at Chevy's, and unfortunately you weren't here for that.
I missed out. We have a little routine when I'm in DC, and I love Cappucci's routine because he finds the best deals in DC, and the food is not, in my opinion, is not bad. Maybe some others would say it is, but for the price, I think we're getting what we paid for.
Oh yeah, I mean we all know I'm a creature of habit. Monday is half price burger day, Crystal City Sports Pub. Tuesday is Taco Tuesday at Chevy's. Wednesday was Espresso Martini Wednesday, but I'm trying to cut back, so I haven't had alcohol for 13, 14 days. Thursday, get a price burger after 7 p.m. and they have gym, so everybody's happy at Quinn's. And then Friday, I have to pay full price. It's a sad, sad day in the Cappucci household when I have to pay full price for a meal.
It's because they take advantage that it's
But
the weekend.
Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah. Yeah.
They do.
Weekdays are better.
They know folks are going out Friday anyway.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. It's amazing how many My Radar projects I've worked on from Chevy's. The amount of forecasting I do from just the little Mexican is
yeah, because you keep cutting in and out, but I will say Jack was not a fan of Chevy's when we went. Jack's the one in the background watching us, monitoring the live stream. and I was kind of surprised. But I liked it. I know maybe some people have different opinions, but
Well,
I
Jack
think
is wrong.
for DC Tex-Mex or whatever
Jack's
it
just
is, it's pretty good.
Jack's wrong. Jack, Jack, if you can hear me right now, you are uninvited to our next Chevy's Day. You can't come. You can sit outside, but you are not invited to Chevy's. And it's funny. All my other friends dislike Chevy's. I love it. I think it's the best.
I think for what you're paying for, it's not
Oh
bad.
no. That's that. Okay, honestly, Jack, yes, there was expired apple juice. For those at home wondering, over the summer I bought apple juice for Jack because Jack is only 12, not child labor, but really he's just 12. And I bought apple juice so he could come to town. And Erica was here too, and he was happy as a clam having his little apple juice. Well, yesterday I was in my fridge, and it's now March, so 8 months have elapsed or 7 months, and I found this apple juice, and I thought, I'm in the mood for apple juice. We know apple juice has so much sugar. I didn't think it went bad, but apparently it did. It was lumpy and had fermented. So I think I either discovered the next cocktail, like a lumpy fermented applesauce, or I might have poisoned myself. We're not sure which, but it's one or the other.
This apple juice has been sitting in his fridge since July. Yeah.
There's other stuff in there that probably needs to be carbon dated.
I think you just need to throw out your entire fridge at this point.
Yeah, I should just burn it down and start fresh.
I would if I were you, because at this point, we all think Cappucci's radioactive because he's consumed like so much expired things.
Well,
And
I
I say
also used to
things
grocery shop
because,
at the Dollar General.
yeah. Dollar General isn't bad. Now, Dollar Tree, I think, is even worse for
Oh,
groceries.
I
Some
love the
groceries,
Dollar
not all of
Tree.
them.
They have those little Celeste pizzas that are only 480 calories. I used to eat one of those for supper, and I'd be happy as a clam. And Erica, not to switch gears and talk about weather again, but I'm just noticing now. I'm in a bit of traffic, but I'm noticing now with the Richmond area severe thunderstorm, there's a little kink of spin trying to get going near Powhatan. So it's tough to tell, but it looks like a little bit of like an enhanced kink between like Chula and Powhatan on the west side of Richmond, west of Midlothian. I don't know if we have radar up or if someone can confirm that we have radar up, but
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. I can
if
see
you
that.
yeah, it doesn't look like there's a little jog, and I know there are some enhanced greens south of Powhatan, which tells us that there's a bit of something called an RFD surge, or the cool air wraparound on the south side of any fledgling circulation is surging out a little more, and sometimes that can cause a bit of a curl of winds that can eventually become tornadic. So again, it's very early on in the process. I don't necessarily think we'll get any tornado out of that, but it's still worth mentioning that there are some enhanced velocities and a little bit of a kink of spin south of Powhatan. It's weak right now. Still something we're watching. And the other thing, too, if we switch back to base velocity, we'll notice all the reds, all the oranges. The nasty storminess is near and south of Powhatan. So this is on the northern end of the line of storms. Sometimes we get something called a northern bookend vortex, which basically is when the squall line's northern end kind of curls back on itself, acquires counterclockwise rotation, and you get a little bit of spin. That may be what's trying to happen right now, still very early in the process, but we are watching Powhatan, Midlothian, Mannequin, and Short Pump, and especially areas south of Wyndham, as being in the zone where you just kind of have to keep an eye out these next 30, 40 minutes.
Yeah, and I have it here pulled up on radar, by the way, as you're speaking. So I'm keeping track of with you, Cappucci.
Wonderful. I'm now about to get on the Beltway and then head north and west of DC. So we got another 2 hours to drive. We're going to go all the way up to the Panhandle, Maryland. I may stop in like Hagerstown and reevaluate, but yeah, it's unclear if we're going to get this second round of convection or thunderstorm activity this afternoon. But Erica, if there's a way we could pull up the satellite real quick, I'd love to show folks kind of what's going on satellite wise. And we'll zoom out real wide, and you'll be able to see in just a moment this big swirly twirl in the atmosphere. It's like a cinnamon bun swirl. You can tell I'm really hungry. I didn't have breakfast this morning, but this big cinnamon bun swirl and that comma on the right, that sort of tail of cloudiness, those are the storms forming ahead of our cold front. But the actual cold front is still off to the west. It still has yet to come through the Appalachians. And so I do think if we zoom in a little closer to like DC, Baltimore, down towards Richmond and Raleigh, you'll see after this initial band of storms, we could wind up with a little bit of clearing. And if we get clearing, it'll be self-destruct sunshine, meaning we will likely heat the ground enough to get 500 joules per kilogram of instability or thunderstorm fuel. So not a huge amount, but just enough that we may be able to pop some additional showers and thunderstorms. And if we do, those would be like Western Virginia, Western Maryland near the low pressure center and present a risk of a couple additional rotating storms. So something to watch there. But Erica, the satellite feature is rather new in the My Radar app. It's one of my favorite features.
Yeah, and I was talking about that earlier in the stream. I love to use it. I was using it yesterday too, because it not only obviously picks up on clouds, but it picks up on little things like yesterday in Texas, there was a dust storm just because of the wind, how gusty it's been. It's still windy across most of the South, but that was also interesting to notice on satellite, the dust that you can see. And I love to use it. It's useful to see what's on the ground, not just clouds, what else is happening there. So a great way and a great feature. It literally is, I think, my favorite feature in the My Radar app.
For those wondering, the technical term for a dust storm is haboob. It's spelled ha boob. So it's a fun word. But anyway, Erica, my all-time favorite feature in the My Radar app is being able to tap that little triangle button down bottom. And anytime I miss you, I can just press that button and be like, wow, an Erica video. I can practice my Spanish weather words.
Yeah, and you can see our video there, our live stream.
That's true. I could watch myself right now if I really wanted to. It'd be like Metception.
We love to use that word, and I don't want to explain it further. So, Capucci, you are driving north, you said.
I am. I'm driving up Interstate 270.
Okay.
So near Rockville, Maryland. And it's funny, this is the way I used to go to work every morning. And now I'm driving. It's like a little road trip. It's a very interesting day. It's something called for folks at home, something called a high cape, or rather high shear, low cape environment. I was reading something cool about something called cold core tornadoes. And that sounds, again, a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Cool paper from Jared Geyer at the Storm Prediction Center. And it basically talks about tornadoes that form on days when you're not really expecting tornadoes because the classic ingredients aren't there. You need two things to get tornadoes. You need juice to get a thunderstorm and kind of get that air bubbling up vertically, but you need a lot of spin. And on cold core days, you tend to have a little bit more spin because you're near the low pressure center. And lows are, of course, they're big swirling low pressure systems, but you have a lot less juice. And I think on a day like today, we might have a pseudo cold core setup in Western Maryland and especially Southwest Pennsylvania. The tricky thing is seeing whether or not storms remain alone, isolated, discrete enough to not bump into neighbors and get messy. But yesterday, Erica, near Veneta, Oklahoma, up Interstate 44, it's near like Miami, Oklahoma, a little bit northeast of Tulsa, there was a persistent 10 to almost 12-minute long funnel cloud that formed out of a very low top shower. And there was rotation in a cell that moved towards Joplin, Missouri, low topped, but it was one of those cold core type funnels. And so it will be interesting to see if we're able to get anything like that today. If we can also take a look once again at the cell on the west side of Richmond, it looks to me, Erica, like the wannabe couplet, the area of spin is getting a little bit tighter. I think it's worth mentioning right now if we throw on the velocities. For the folks at home, green is anything towards the radar, red is away. And east of Powhatan, we're seeing a little bit more in the way of enhanced spin. So it's nothing yet, but when you see those two colors, those two velocities over a short distance next to each other, the inference is, of course, there could be some rotation there. It looks like there is. So again, nothing's tornadic yet, but for folks along, looks like Highway 60 between Powhatan, Red Lane, Holly Hills, I'd say pay close attention to this live stream over the next little while. It's eventually heading towards Mannequin. The spin isn't super strong or super tight, but it's a region of the storm when we sometimes do see enhanced spin as the northern part of that vortex curls back on itself. We call it the northern bookend vortex. Definitely something we are closely watching right now. So again, you don't have to take any precautions yet, no safe places yet, nothing fancy schmancy, but do watch it closely. Erica and I are on top of it, as we always are. And it's your early heads up, just paying attention. Otherwise, Erica, I'm driving on 270. I'm now northwest of DC, approaching Rockville, Maryland. We really haven't seen the fine line develop too much in Northern Virginia and Western Maryland. Martinsburg, Upperville, areas east of Winchester, east of 81 are seeing some Gusty winds right now with this initial band, but the initial band is not severe in much of Virginia. Only far southern Virginia, south of Fredericksburg, and especially down towards Richmond, where the higher dew points and the higher moisture, higher instability, warmth is. But, northern Virginia right now is decently well behaved.
Yeah, we could get a ramp up in activity here. So yeah, we're continuing to watch that storm just on the west side of Richmond. And zooming out here, you can see still quite a bit of severe thunderstorm warnings lining this line of storms all the way down to Raleigh. And I think it's worth mentioning there, just because a lot of people are under that severe thunderstorm warning. The winds still on the west side of the city, but they will be coming in here shortly. I think some pretty gusty winds near Apex along, what is that, Road 540. And see, Jack is asking me some questions. Yeah, so still seeing quite a bit of severe thunderstorm warnings now coming in, and it's pretty much a whole line from Virginia all the way down into the Carolinas there. Jacksonville, now it's calm here, and earlier there was some questions, and I did see somebody ask in the chat, how bad were the storms? Jordan is asking that, and Jordan, I don't know where you are, so depending on where you are, we can answer that question.
That is always one of my favorite things when someone asks me about the weather, but they never say where it is.
Yeah.
I used to have, back when I did TV, I used to have this lady who, she wrote to me and she wrote to the bosses for like a week saying, Matthew never shows Hagerstown on the map. And I always do. It was right on the map. Every morning I point out, say, good morning, Hagerstown, Cumberland, Panhandle, Maryland. She said, no, you always walk off screen. You never show it. And I said, but I always do. And I never walk off screen. I know exactly where the edge of the screen is. And we're chit-chatting back and forth. I'm trying to figure out why she can't see it. And I deduce her TV is from the late 1990s. It's not only not high definition, it's like a square. So, of course, I was walking off screen. Her screen only showed like half the picture. It was one of those old cathode ray box things built back in the Stone Age. So we finally got that squared away, and she realized that if she changed the picture, that I wasn't suddenly running off screen. But good times back in the day. Oh, that one west of Richmond is really trying to kink off a little bit, but still can't do it. The velocities are still just a little bit weak. I bet you if we had even just an hour more sunshine down there, that would be tornadoing right now, but it's
We
not.
do actually have a
Not
tornado warning now. And this is for just on that border of Virginia, North Carolina, Vance County, Granville County, until 12:30. And both in North Carolina.
Yeah, it looks like right now that potential tornadic circulation is about 9 miles south of Clarksville, 13 miles north of Oxford, North Carolina, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. And, Erica, earlier on we were talking about how this sort of whole squall line has these little kinks of spin in it. It looks to me like there's almost a sort of pinching off, if you will. If we can take a look at the Raleigh radar, KRAX,
Yeah,
and zoom in. Yeah, so are we taking a look at velocity or reflectivity right now?
That's velocity.
Let's throw on reflectivity real quick, and you can really see quite well that the squall line sort of goes east and then curls back, and there's like that weird little almost bump west, if you will, and that marks where the circulation is. If we take a look back at velocity once again, we can see there's no real close couplet of, this tanner color versus the red. Obviously, the winds change speed and direction a lot over a short distance, but on days like today, it's really tough. These tornadoes tend to be very short-lived, and they sometimes form between radar scans. The other tricky element with this, too, is that they form with circulations that are so shallow, so low to the ground, and resultantly, it's really tough to pinpoint using this radar that looks aloft where these circulations are because they're so shallow. So on days like today, you really want to be able to make sure that if a tornado warning is issued for your location, you're taking shelter, you're treating it seriously. And I'm really watching that other one on the west side of Mannequin, west of Richmond. It to me looks like it's as close as it's been yet to potentially becoming a problem. I don't see anything overly compelling yet, but I do know that it's getting closer to potentially tornadoing. The velocities have been increasing west of Mannequin along Highway 60, so something we're watching pretty closely on the west northwest side of Richmond, a little bit south of the highway, but definitely west of Mannequin. We're watching closely.
Yeah, and I have that pulled up here on radar. Yeah, pretty interesting. Highway 64, just south of that, or Interstate 64. Yeah, so far, just that one tornado warning in North Carolina. So we'll keep tracking that. And again, that goes until 12:30, so another 30 minutes or so on that warning.
Erica, I hate to interrupt. We now do have a tornado warning for that circulation, the west side of Mannequin. This is for the cell on the west side of Richmond. This tornado warning goes in effect for the next 28 minutes until 12:30 Eastern time. This cell, the circulation is the one we've been talking about for about probably 10, 15 minutes now on the west side of Mannequin, crossing Highway 60. If you're in that area, you want to seek shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. If you're in a mobile home, vehicle outdoors, hopefully you're not, but get to a site-built location protecting yourself from flying debris. Rockville, Virginia, Wyndham, Short Pump, and Mannequin. You folks are next in line for that potential circulation. Again, it is moving northeast right now on the west side of Richmond. You're wanting to put as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. And again, this is one of those pink in the line circulations. It's almost a northern bookend vortex circulation. And what I mean by that is it formed in the northern end of a squall line. It kind of curls back on itself, the northern end does, curls back on itself, and in doing so acquires a little bit of counterclockwise circulation and resultantly may be becoming tornadic right now. This is for areas along Highway 64 as well, Interstate 64. So if you're driving 64 along like Rockville, Wyndham, or Short Pump, you want to be in your safe place right now. Pull off the highway. I'd rather you park on the side of the road and ride it out in your vehicle than be driving during this. That circulation is tightening on the west side of Mannequin. It's now northwest of Mannequin, heading towards Rockville and Wyndham. So Wyndham, you're kind of red line, center line right now with that circulation as it works to the north and east at about 35, 40 miles per hour. Keep in mind, as this comes in, it doesn't have to wait in traffic. It doesn't have to, stop at traffic lights. This thing is moving in at about 40 miles per hour, so it will be there soon. Wyndham, it will be directly over you in the next, I'd say, 10-ish minutes. Also, it's going to pass right over the intersection of Highway 288 and Interstate 64. So Short Pump, that interchange right along, like we said, 64 and 288, west of the Cabela's. You really want to make sure that you are safe right now. Get to a site-built location. If you're driving down the road, pull off the next exit, get to a gas station, just wait it out. The other thing too, Erica, this is so rain-wrapped that you won't be able to see or hear it coming. So please do take it seriously, but Wyndham, red line, center line, if it holds together, eventually Ashland. We just had a new scan come in, and right now this circulation is directly north of Mannequin, heading towards Wyndham. Erica, if we can, let's take a look at something called spectrum width, and that will sound like a bunch of mumbo jumbo for folks, but once again, spectrum width shows us how much turbulence there is in the pixels. And we're not seeing anything overly compelling yet, but we are able to see the wind shift line where we have the leading edge of the squall line. That's where the winds are kind of chafing against each other. To the east, you have winds out of the south or southeast. On the west, you have more westerly winds, and those two air masses kind of meet, and they cause these little kink in the line circulations. So again, Short Pump and Wyndham, if you're in that area, putting as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. If it's your lunch break and you're out and about, same exact thing. You want to get to a site-built location. But folks along the Interstate 64 corridor near the Wawa off the 288 exit, you want to be in shelter now. Wawa, Cabela's, there's a Wegmans there, TJ Maxx. If you know the shopping center I'm talking about, just west of Short Pump downtown, that's exactly where the circulation will be passing right over. Same thing for the area around like 3 Chopped Road. You want to be in shelter now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. The Sycamore Creek Golf Course, a lot of folks know where that is. That's a little bit west of Short Pump. You want to be in shelter now. Hopefully no one's out playing crazy weather like this unless you're like that golfer in Caddyshack. But again, it is something we are watching very closely. Erica, the circulation does appear to be tightening some on the northwest side of Mannequin, heading towards Rockville. But it's tough to tell in the overall area exactly where it will be. But really, Wyndham to Rockville, there's that kink of spin. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, I mean, just south of Interstate 64, Rockville. I'm also seeing that as well. And we just updated, we just pushed out this video. So a lot of you guys just joining us from the My Radar app. And if you're watching us live, we are in the 12 o'clock hour tracking a tornado warning in parts of Virginia, just south of Rockville on the northwestern side of Richmond. And joined by meteorologist Matthew Cappucci, who's out in the field tracking these storms. He's heading towards Maryland. And so for a lot of you guys who just got our push notification, we are tracking tornado warnings live now in the My Radar app. If you're watching us in the My Radar app, you have questions or concerns, we are live streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook. You can ask your question there. I'm monitoring the chat. We have quite a bit of you guys just now tuning in. So Jack just informed me we've got a huge jump in viewers. So thank you guys for tuning in, and we are going to be tracking the storms well into the afternoon. And yeah, so this is the one that you see on the screen. This is in northwestern Richmond. We also have a tornado warning down by North Carolina that was issued earlier, and these are for, and I'm just going to read these tornado warnings really quickly. Vance County and Granville County, North Carolina until 12:30. But really our biggest concern with tornado warnings is the one just on the northwestern side of Richmond, where we're seeing rotation. And then severe thunderstorm warnings also issued for Raleigh, North Carolina. As that line of storms pushes through this area, you're going to feel those strong winds here within the next couple of minutes, the strong winds just on the west side of Raleigh. And you have that severe thunderstorm warning that's been extended into the eastern side there. So yeah, pretty active already afternoon as we hit lunchtime now. So we can go back to tracking this tornado warning on the northwestern side of Richmond, and that's really our biggest concern right now. And let me toggle on that radar so you can get a clearer picture of what's going on here.
Yeah, and Erica, I'm noticing too, it looks like there may be a couple sort of what we call mesocyclones, some very small areas of rotation along the leading edge of that sort of bowing segment. So for the folks at home, when Erica shows you velocity, it almost looks like there's a curve in the storm. That curve is where the winds ahead of the storm are kind of wrapping back westwards. You get these smaller circulations on the leading edge of the storms. Any one of them could produce quick hitting tornadoes. The leading edge of the storms is now crossing near Wyndham, Short Pump, a little bit south of Montpelier. Montpelier is not in the warning. If you're west of Mannequin, you are likely safe. East of Mannequin towards like Wyndham, Glen Allen, and especially Ashland, you want to be in your tornado safe place right now. That means the lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. Mobile home vehicle outdoors. You want to be in a site-built location, protecting yourself from flying debris. And right now the circulation is right near the 288 and Interstate 64 interchange. You know that exit with the Cabela's and the shopping center there? It's kind of where it is. It's soon going to be on the Kane Road property area, but we are watching this pretty closely as it heads in the direction of 271 and eventually Wyndham. So Wyndham right now is kind of red line, center line. It's just over you. Thereafter, where's it going? Ashland. It has a little bit of a rural area before hitting Highway 33. That is Mountain Road for the folks who are not familiar. It'll approach the James River Nurseries, the Hanover Vegetable Farm, and then it gets towards Ashland. And by the time it gets to Ashland, if it holds together, and Erica very well may, then it will be talking Interstate 95. So for folks right now driving, or anyone who you know who might be driving north of Richmond, tell them to get off the highway, wait it out near like Chamberlain or the Glen Allen exit. If they're driving southbound, have them get off before they get to Doswell. But really, Ashland is next in line for the potential tornadic circulation in the next 10 to 15 minutes. This warning goes another 21 minutes until 12:30 local time. Again, there's no confirmation of a tornado ongoing or occurring right now. It is still something we are watching very closely. And of course, in environments like today, even if it doesn't look overly compelling on radar, it's pretty easy for something to snake down just because of how much spin we have. There's not a lot of juice. The storms are not super tall, but the wind dynamics are fierce. All that wind energy is in the lowest levels of the atmosphere. And so you're not going to really see much in the way of thunder or lightning. It's not going to be a super loud or sparky storm, but you are going to be primed to get these quick hitting circulations that might only be on the ground for a brief period of time. But that's the concern right now on the northwest side of Richmond, heading towards Wyndham and Ashland. Wyndham, it's over you right now. Same thing in Rockville. Short Pump, it is directly over you. You want to be in your tornado safe spot. And again, we know most of the time these things don't pan out. Most of the time things don't touch down. That's how tornado warnings are. Only 1 out of 5 tornado warnings verifies. But in the event it does, you want to make sure you're ready. It's like if I said to you, hey, if you get on the roadways right now, there's a 1 in 5 chance you get into a car accident, or you can wait 30 minutes. You'd probably choose option B. It's a low probability, high impact event. And anytime that's the case, we want to be better safe than sorry. So on the northwest side of Richmond, this circulation is moving through. It's a little broader than it was earlier on, a little more spread out. That doesn't mean it can't really come back together. So we're watching that very closely. But it's one of several circulations. Erica, the good news, that southern circulation, far northern North Carolina, looks to me like it is moving into southern Virginia now and has weakened as well. So less concerned with the circulation in North Carolina. All eyes right now on that Richmond area one.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I was watching it earlier as you were talking. Yeah, that circulation's pretty much, that storm's out of that warning zone now. So I think for you guys that are in that tornado warning in North Carolina, for the most part, that'll expire here in the next couple minutes. And I think for the most part, it's now to the east. But Raleigh, still a big city, is under that severe thunderstorm warning. And I think the winds are starting to pick up there, especially on the eastern side of Raleigh. I only mention that because we do have some viewers coming in from South Carolina, North Carolina that are in the chat commenting. But guys, if you have any questions, we have meteorologist Matthew Cappucci here. We're tracking the storms live. Let us know where you're watching from and continue to chat. We'll get back to you, and I'll make sure that any of your questions.
Erica, I'm so sorry to interrupt. We now have a tornado warning on the northwest side of Raleigh. If we could switch to the TRDU radar, I was trying to hop in a moment ago and sort of point out we have a pretty compelling circulation on the northwest side of Raleigh right now. That's where the terminal Doppler radar, the airport radar, which is a little more sensitive, is picking up a really tight circulation, it's actually a pretty impressive one right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if a tornado was on the ground. So let's treat this like a tornado is on the ground on the northwest side of Raleigh, just northeast of Cary. You want to be in your tornado safe place right now. Take this one seriously. It is honestly the most compelling circulation I've seen all morning long. This is near the Raleigh-Durham International Airport. It's about to pass over William B. Umshed State Park, and then we're talking areas in the northern suburbs of Raleigh. For example, looks like Raleigh Road, Leesville Road, we're seeing potential circulation passing there soon. Stonehenge, Highway 50, that is Creedmoor Road, folks along Interstate 540 on the north side of Raleigh. You want to be in your tornado safe place right now. This tornado very most likely on the ground. It is about 6 miles northwest of downtown Raleigh, about the same distance northeast of Cary. So it is east of the airport right now. It is about to pass, looks like, on the northwest side of Interstate 440, that is Highway 1. So Blue Ridge Road, you want to be in your tornado safe place right now. Folks off Raleigh Road, tornado safe place right now. It looks to me like this tornado is on the ground, and you will not be able to see or hear it coming. It will be enshrouded in rain. But please, tornado safe places, lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and avoiding windows. If you're in a mobile home, vehicle, outdoors, now is the time. You don't have a minute to spare. You want to be in the closest substantial shelter and protecting yourself from flying debris. And Erica, do we have that terminal Doppler radar up in the My Radar app?
Yes, we do.
Awesome. So for folks at home, the terminal Doppler is able to show us a much better, more high-resolution perspective as to what's going on. We're seeing that right now, that circulation on the northwest side of Raleigh. And actually, if someone wants to tweet the My Radar account right now, that'd be great, just sort of showing what's going on. I'll keep narrating for a moment. But really, it's on the northwest side of the highway. It is about to cross Highway 70. So potential tornado soon to cross Highway 70 in the direction of Stonehenge. You want to be in your tornado safe place, lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and avoiding windows. If you're in a mobile home, vehicle, outdoors, you want to be in a safe place, a site-built location. I'm trying to ascertain if we have any debris on the ground. It's tough to tell. I don't see any debris yet, but really, I think we're going to stay with the velocity on the Raleigh radar. That is by far the most compelling at this moment. And the reason I like the Raleigh airport radar versus the more powerful radar to the south, by the Weather Service is because the airport radar has higher resolution and it scans lower to the ground. And on days like today, the circulations are smaller and they're more shallow. And it looks to me like this tornado is probably on the ground right now, crossing over 70. So it's crossing over the Walmart area, Lowe's. If you know that exit right off Glenwood Ave, Highway 70, we are talking about potential tornado passing over the shopping center there. Next in line would be folks along Willowbrook Road. And my apologies for mispronouncing anything, but Willowbrook Road and eventually Creedmoor Road in the next 2 or 3 minutes, this circulation is going to pass right over you. And Erica, it's looking very compelling to me on the airport radar. It does look to me like we most likely have a brief tornado on the ground. It's impossible to confirm in real time right now, given the available data, but I do think we likely have a tornado on.
Yeah, and I have the radar up here, Cappucci. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with you and post some stuff on social media here. But yeah, let's turn on that radar. And I know you're driving, so multitasking there. I think we lost Cappucci actually.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Oh, okay, there you go. Sorry, Jack was asking. Yeah, I'm not seeing.
Yeah, this to me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it looks to me like it was at least on the ground briefly. It still very well may be. It's honestly a pretty compelling circulation, the most compelling I've seen today. I cannot confirm any debris on the radar right now, but honestly, it may just be such a brief, fleeting thing. It didn't have a chance to loft debris high enough because these couplets, these circulations are so shallow. But yeah, for the folks on the north side of Raleigh, I'd say you have to be in shelter right now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. This is passing right north of 70, heading towards Falls Lakes. So Falls Lake, please be in your tornado safe place right now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. If you're in a mobile home vehicle or outdoors, you want to be in a site-built location, protecting yourself from flying debris. But really, it's a very compelling circulation right now. By far the most we've seen this morning, and I guess now early afternoon. And Erica, that will kind of be, I hear honking. That will kind of be the trend today, where we see much more in the way of potential circulations during the afternoon hours with a little bit of daytime heating. So again, we're watching very closely right now, but for now, that tornado warning in effect on the north side of Raleigh. And with that, I'll send it back over to you.
Yeah, great explanation, Cappucci. Very active already, afternoon, pretty much after we hit the lunchtime hour. We were tracking several tornado warnings. I know a lot of y'all just now tuning in. We just pushed out our video, our live stream here. So concerns with that tornado warning in Raleigh. And Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci did a great job explaining that. So let's see, downtown Richmond. Yes, so let's go up to that tornado warning. And somebody was asking about that. So downtown Richmond, you're on, so that tornado warning is actually just to the north of your area. And let me toggle on this radar here. Wait for that to load. And yeah, so if, so let's go up. And I have this live stream pulled up here. So this tornado warning in just on the north side of Richmond, we're talking along highway or Interstate 95 on the west side of Ashland. Just seeing a broad area of rotation here. We still have a couple more minutes on this warning, and this expires at around, let's see. And we just got the latest radar scan there. 12:30, so about 10 more minutes on this warning. Broad area of rotation there, just on the north side of Richmond for whoever was asking that. Barely any rain, heavy gusts. Yeah, that'll change here shortly. The wind is pretty much Richmond, Virginia. You're in that severe thunderstorm warning right now. And the winds will start to pick up here over the next several minutes. So that's one of the tornado warnings that we're tracking. And then, of course, Cappucci's been talking about this since that tornado warning's been issued down on the north, also on the north side of Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yeah, I'm still concerned about that one. It's not quite as tight as it once was, but we are, of course, watching that circulation as it actually, honestly, now it's looking a little better on the airport radar, too. So, unfortunately, we can't be done with that potential tornado yet on the north side of Raleigh. Just to try to get a bit of a bearing, it looks to me like it's now north of Highway 1 in the Stonehenge area, heading towards northeast, heading towards Interstate 540. So, if you're in the Six Forks area, I think you folks are next in line. Lynn Road, or rather, yeah, Lynn Road, the Six Forks area in Stonehenge, y'all are next in line. That's where the tornado warning is right now. It's tough. It keeps pulsing up. It looks more intense. Then it kind of weakens a little bit. Then it pulses up again. And that's sort of how the circulations today will be. They're very difficult to track on radar because of how low to the ground they are. But we're still seeing that circulation not as broad as they once were. It will likely pass near Wake Forest if it holds together. It's just about to cross the highway, sort of near the Lafayette Village shopping area. For folks who know, that's a little bit north of the Home Goods, kind of near like Ravenscroft, near the North Ridge Country Club on the northeast side of Raleigh. That's where the circulation is about to pass, the northeast side of Raleigh. But yeah, sort of where the Highway 240, or rather 540, intersects Falls of News Road. News Road. I'm definitely butchering that pronunciation, but yeah, the circulation is still there. It's crossing over the highway right now. We are watching that incredibly closely. But Erica, multiple things we are tracking right now. In just about 3 minutes' time, I'm going to get off the highway and grab gas as I continue to drive northwest towards the panhandle of Maryland. But for now, it looks to me like the situation in Raleigh is still something we're closely keeping tabs on. Richmond, the tornado warning goes in effect for the north side of town over Ashland for the next 7 or 8 minutes. I don't see any tight circulations, but once again, on days like today, things can and do come together very quickly. So, never a dull moment and never a moment to let one's guard down, especially in environments like this with so much wind energy in the lowest levels of the atmosphere.
Yeah, Cappucci. Just right now, just to overview, two tornado warnings, and both on the north sides of big cities. So Richmond, Virginia, tracking that tornado warning that is now broad area rotation, not too tight, coming into Ashland here in the next several minutes. And Ashland's along Interstate 95, and so that is one of our concerns right now. They did extend part of this area under a severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're in the Ashland area, you are under a tornado warning. Outside of that, like Bowersville, even Richmond downtown, some of you guys watching us from there, you're in that severe thunderstorm warning. So gusty winds, not only that tornado warning, but gusty winds coming for you guys. And then down in Raleigh, and Kuchi was explaining this earlier, we're still keeping tabs on this tornado warning. That is now, just from the latest radar scan, that area of rotation right over Interstate 540, going north east there, close to Falls Lake in North Carolina. And over the next several minutes, Falls Lake, Wake Forest, along Highway 1. That is where that storm will come very close to. And I'm looking to see if there are any reports of any confirmed tornadoes. So far, I'm not seeing that right now.
Erica, the good news, it has crossed the highway officially. Whatever circulation there was has crossed Interstate 540 on the north side of Raleigh. So at least it's no longer a factor for the highway, but next in line will be Durant Road. And like you said, folks along Capitol Boulevard, that is Highway 1.
Yeah, and let's put on this. Jack, I need to adjust something with my laptop real quick, so I'll be back here in a couple of minutes.
Awesome. In that case, I'll take over in just a moment. The folks who are actually watching my stream, we're getting ready to take a left and hopefully go and refuel at the nearby Sheetz gas station. So that's what we're aiming towards right now. But always busy when you are multitasking like this, pulling into Sheetz right now. But yes, for the folks at home right now, we are monitoring two different tornado warnings. One to me still looks very tight on the north side of Raleigh. I'm hoping we have that radar left up. But Wake Forest is next in line, just as Erica was saying, pinpointing exactly where that circulation is. So Wake Forest, Rollsville, you are next in line for the circulation. I think it'll head closer to Wake Forest. Eventually down the road, Youngsville, you want to be watching that closely. Youngsville is not in the tornado warning yet. There is no official tornado warning for Youngsville, but there very well could be. And like we said, we're talking areas on the north side of Raleigh. This is for Wake County. It's now until 12:45. So the circulation is kind of pulsing up, pulsing back down. It looks to briefly weaken, but it may strengthen once again. But on the west side of Raleigh, or rather north side of Raleigh, heading towards Wake Forest, that circulation has been there. I don't see any indication of debris, so we can't confirm anything having touched down, but we are watching closely nonetheless. With regard to the cell near Richmond, no immediate close, tight circulation, but still something we're watching. Where I am right now, I'm about to get a band of rain, a band of actually pretty heavy rain as this convective fine line comes through. So I'm hoping to fuel up soon. So, Jack, do we know roughly how long until Erica gets back? 1%. Okay, that is not many percent. Hopefully, we can get that squared away with a power cord soon. But yes, and actually, Jack, I'm able to narrate on my phone. So what I'm going to do for the folks at home is take you with me as I refuel. My goal, because I have the convective fine line, that band of thunderless thunderstorms coming in, my goal is actually to refuel right now and do so. I hope we have enough battery. But yeah, my goal is to refuel right now before this sort of line of storms comes in. But I'll take you with me and we're going to narrate together. The good news, I'm at Sheets, and everybody loves Sheets, right? Who doesn't love Sheets? Jack, are you a Sheets or Wawa person? You grew up in Pennsylvania. Did you really? I am so jealous. I'm wait, that's a thing? Oh, I never knew they had bagel sizzlies. Yeah, mine historically has always had only the bagel ones. But yeah, time to refuel quick. We'll see what we got going on. Meanwhile, for the tornado warning on the north side of Raleigh and the north side of Richmond, both to me look to have sort of broadened out a little bit. Although I shouldn't have said that. Once again, we're seeing a tightening of the circulation on the north side of Raleigh. And that's sort of how these things will be today. They pulse up, they pulse down, they're intense. Suddenly they, you know, weaken a little bit. It's really tough to diagnose these things on radar, but that's just kind of how it goes. It's so tricky. There's so much in the way of wind dynamics in the lower atmosphere today, but high aloft, we're just not seeing, enough juice to get these storms to grow tall. And that's why they're tough to track on radar. The radar beam sometimes overshoots these rather shallow circulations. But here's the thing, we live on the ground, and resultantly, that's concerning. We're also seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings issued now on the southwest side of Washington, D.C. I can tell you where I am on the north side of D.C., the winds are picking up. It is gross outside right now at the moment, but this convective fine line, this band of thunderless thunderstorms, is soon to come in. We are watching this very closely, but yeah, and it's a cold rain today. That's the reason why in northern Maryland, northern Virginia, we're just not seeing that much in the way of severe weather activity yet. But my concern is that we may actually see a few breaks of sun after this morning round comes through. And if that's the case, it's what we call self-destruct sunshine, meaning we heat the ground enough to get more instability, more thunderstorm fuel, and suddenly we're able to get more severe weather in the afternoon. So I do think there will be a second round of storms. Already I'm seeing clearing skies in the panhandle of Maryland, near and west of Hagerstown, west of Cumberland. So it's kind of what we're watching right now in terms of what's next down the road. But for now, we're tracking that tornado warning on the north side of Raleigh. It is still in effect for the next moment or two. We'll see if they extend it. Yes, it has been extended until 12:45 now. The one on the north side of Richmond is moments away from expiring, which is good news. The storm no longer looks capable of producing a tornado. And so if you're in Wyndham or Ashland, you can come up out of your safe place. Short pup, same thing. We'll test and see if there's any reports of touchdowns later. Nothing yet. I've seen no debris on radar, but if you're there on the north side of Raleigh, that circulation for parts of Wake County is still in effect. The Weather Service just updated it, so it's near Wake Forest, 10 miles northeast of Raleigh, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Jack, do we have any indication of when Erica may be back? Just because I'm out in the rain right now and I'm hoping to get back in my vehicle in just a moment. No indication. Okay, that's fine. So what may happen is I may take folks inside Wawa, not Wawa, Sheets.
You can try it,
I
Jack.
have me confused. Oh, look, another Honda Ridgeline. Should I park next to the Ridgeline? Same color, same everything. Ah, we can be Ridgeline buddies. Let's do it. Gotta park next to the other Ridgeline. I am near Frederick, Maryland. Frederick, Maryland is where I am right now. I still need to order lunch. It's been a day. We have enough battery for that thing to last a few minutes. Now, big time severe thunderstorm warnings for the entire Richmond area, for the entire Raleigh metro area. So yeah, that's kind of how these fine line environments go, where we have a lot of spin, not much in the way of juice, and so the storms just can't really get all that tall. But yeah, we were watching this quite closely. No, I'm not going to jail. It's the fire department. Don't worry. Okay, that's okay. I'll try to go for a moment or two more as I multitask and order lunch. But yeah, so it's something called a convective fine line. So not super tall. There's just not too much energy to get the storms to grow overly tall, but there's so much in the way of wind energy that any storms that even grow to like 12 to 15,000 feet will have that potential to produce an isolated tornado in addition to damaging straight line winds if they're able to mix that down. So it's kind of what we're watching right now. Ooh, it's amazing how much Wawa has in terms of their, not Wawa, Sheets has in terms of their selection. You can get a pretzel roll, and toast it and everything. Oh, this is the best day of my life. Jack, I bet you're jealous. Can the folks at home hear you? I agree. I just like the fact that Sheets has pretzel rolls. Ooh, I'm getting everything on the sandwich. Bacon? Absolutely, I'm going to add bacon. Complete order? Check. Nice. So, Jack, remind me, can the folks at home hear you or they can only hear me? Oh, come on. So the whole time, no one's been able to hear. Wow, there's a thing called protein pretzels. Well, this is amazing. Now I can get my daily source of protein. What else do I want from Wawa? But yeah, let me take a look real quick once again at the radar, just to give folks a bit of an update. That circulation on the north side of Raleigh, to me, looks like it's almost, yeah, I think we can say the circulation on the north side of Raleigh has, for the most part, weakened. I'm no longer concerned about it immediately producing a tornado because it's something we call outflow dominant, meaning it's sort of spitting out more air than it's ingesting. That is good news there. We hope it stays that way, but for now, it is exhaling more air than it is taking in. So great news with that. Otherwise, let's see, I'm going to grab a water real quick. Otherwise, there's that circulation that has since lost its tornado warning on the north side of Richmond. It's no longer looking tornadic to me, which is good news. And that's sort of how things will be on days like today. These are not these long-lived, long-track, cyclic supercells. Instead, these are more sort of, quick-hitting transient circulations that form on the leading edge of the wind shift line because you have southerly or southeasterly winds ahead of the main line and more westerly or even northwesterly winds behind the main line. So, like we said, it's one of those environments where circulations will be rather transient, and I don't foresee much in the way of, a tornado threat that lasts more than 10, 15 minutes at a pop. Like, we're not going to see these long track tornadoes today, which is good news. But that's also what makes our job so much tougher in terms of these tornadoes touching down briefly, lifting back up, moving on. And sometimes they can even happen between radar scans. I mean, you might be tracking something and it touches down in between a radar scan and radar scans afterwards and you see nothing. And so that's why on days like today, the radar signatures themselves may not look as impressive as they otherwise ordinarily might. But that's all the more reason to very closely monitor this environment because things can change on a dime and they have and will change on a dime. Jack, do we have any word on if Eric is ready to take over just because I have to step inside for a moment?
Yeah, I'm here. Let's talk a little bit about some updates that we have, Jack. And let's put me back here. And Jack, let me know when we're back. Okay, so the Storm Prediction Center just issued a new tornado watch that goes through 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern for Eastern North Carolina. So we're talking about our coastal communities there. Also includes Norfolk, Virginia Beach, all those areas under a new tornado watch. Now, tornado watch means atmospheric ingredients are conducive for tornadoes when you are under a tornado warning. And that's what we've been tracking over the last several minutes. That means you need to seek shelter immediately. The good news is, though, it looks like all of our tornado warnings have expired. So we're no longer tracking a tornado warning on the north side of Richmond, no longer tracking a tornado warning on the north side of Raleigh, but most of these are severe thunderstorm warnings. And so that is what we're currently tracking now with that extended tornado watch. So that means we're still going to see the possibility of tornadoes for the coastal communities in North Carolina, also including areas of South Carolina. For the most part, though, in Florida, in Northeast Florida at least, most of the storm activity is off the coast, especially Southeast Georgia. In Central Florida, the storms are coming into parts of Orlando, Tampa. You're already seeing some heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds for those that are watching us in Florida. But for the most part, you guys are not under a severe risk for now. Really, primarily just watching this line of storms that is pushing into parts of Virginia and parts of North Carolina here. And yeah, and you're seeing there meteorologist Cappucci, who's out in the field taking a short break, and he is driving up to Maryland to catch some of the storm activity later on there. And there's actually a severe thunderstorm just on the north side of Fredericksburg there, coming into Dale City, Stafford. So already seeing an uptick in activity in terms of warnings. And we're going to try to keep up here. So let me know where you're watching from as we kind of reset here. It is 12:37 p.m. Eastern time. We've been live streaming, and I'm seeing here for nearly 2 hours. We've been here in the morning hours, and activity is now starting to pick up. Some of you guys have received our push note of fresh alert from all the way down to the Mid-Atlantic, all the way down to the East Coast. And so most of the activity in Florida, at least for now, is non-severe. Most of it we're watching under that enhanced risk of severe weather is in the Carolinas and possibly in the Virginias. And later on this afternoon, that's really when we're expecting the severe weather threat to ramp up across the Northeast as well. So no knee, and I'm watching the chat now. So a couple of you guys starting to ask questions, and that is some good news. Guys, continue to do that. Let me know where you're watching from. What are your questions and concerns heading down the line here? And we can actually give you a future forecast on what you can expect. But some of you mentioning that you are in that tornado watch not long ago in Virginia Beach, and that just means atmospheric conditions are conducive. You're not under any immediate danger now, but that just means pay attention. Over the next several hours, you may get some severe weather coming into your area. So we're talking about maybe as early as 2 o'clock for Virginia Beach. And then once those storms reach your area, most of the severe weather threat will be over with. And quite a bit of you guys in Virginia. So let's zoom out here and let me show you where all of that storm activity is. So looks like the storm's now coming into Richmond. Downtown Richmond there. And that's that line of severe storms. No tornado warnings in this area, though, so that's some good news. We've have since expired all of our tornado warnings, and just getting a quick update on that. Yeah, so I'm not seeing any tornado warnings as of right now. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings issued. And there we go. There's that radar. Yeah, so strong winds already now on the east side of downtown Richmond along, let's see, I-95, Highway 360, and Interstate 295 as well. So that's where now the winds are pushing in towards, and we have this huge severe thunderstorm warning that is issued. And that'll be here over the next several minutes. So checking to see if we got any confirmation so far, at least official reports. I haven't seen any confirmed tornadoes, although we did have 2 areas that were under those tornado warnings earlier. And let's go back and toggle on the radar here just to get a quick update. So Raleigh, most of your storm activity as well is on the eastern side of the city. Jonathan watching us from Piney Point, Maryland, and Cappucci's in Maryland. Not sure if we lost his live camera or what, Jack, but
Oh, yes, that's it. It should be coming back up right now. It says to me on my end it's transmitting, so it should be coming up right now.
yeah, and Cappucci's still with us in the stream, but we'll get his live camera up soon here. He's also seeing some rain earlier. But yeah, very, very dynamic storm system, not just for parts of the East Coast, but some winter weather across the Midwest. So quite a bit that we're tracking here. Of course, our primary focus is the severe weather that's occurring right now across the Carolinas. And most of the activity, I know, Sandy, you're in South Carolina. You're just seeing a lot of rain. And I'm just going down and up here. Yeah, so really the latest update is that tornado watch that is until 8 p.m. Eastern for North Carolina and Virginia. And so that just means over the next several hours, just pay attention to what's going on. But so far, so good. No tornado warnings as of right now. Let's see if we get any interesting.
Yeah, the convective fine line is about to cross where I am right now in Frederick, Maryland, which a fine line just means storms aren't even tall enough to produce thunder and lightning. But you know, it's definitely gotten markedly dark in the past few minutes.
Here up here. I don't know if we can hear Cappucci's audio on the stream, but he's in Frederick, Maryland, he said.
Yep, so Northwest Maryland.
Okay, so we can hear his audio. Great.
Hey, about 30, 40 miles northwest of DC. And that fine line's coming in, but there's no real rotation in it. It's just a nasty squall line.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what your camera looks like once we
It's
get that heavy
transmitting.
rain.
It to me, it says we're transmitting 5,500 kilobytes per second.
Yeah, Jack, I don't know if you heard him there. Jack doing a great job of keeping up with us too here. Okay. And my laptop's up to 15% charge, so that's some good news. Okay, so it looks like we got his camera back. I don't know if we can make it bigger there.
Yeah, so it is still transmitting at 5,500 kilobytes per second, but yeah, I'm in the sort of the thick of things with the so-called convective fine line. So the winds have picked up. They're now probably 25, close to 30 miles per hour times. Nothing too crazy yet. A lot of the momentum is just above the ground, having a tough time mixing down to the surface with this fine line. But yeah, this is sort of the heart of the squall line. And then after this, we start to clear out a little bit. It might pop a few additional storms in far northwest Maryland this afternoon. So that's kind of what we're watching right now.
Yeah, and you can see Cappucci's camera there. I don't know if we can make it bigger, Jack. Kind of small. At least I can't see too much of it. There on the corner. Yeah, it looks like most of the heavy rain and stormy weather is now on the east side of Richmond. And I'm toggling on these radars here, yeah. South side is still seeing gusty winds and heavy rain. And Raleigh, some good news, looks like it's also pushed a little bit more to the east. And yeah, that squall line's now more to the east. Raleigh just seeing some rain, but for the most part, most of that is now well to the east. And this is the line of storms that we're going to be tracking throughout the rest of the afternoon.
Erica, you're going to hate me, but once again, it looks like we might be getting a little teeny circulation on the northeast side of Raleigh. It's funny, that thing keeps trying to pulse up and pulse down. And like we've been telling folks all day today, things will kind of do that. Things will look very quiet. Then suddenly there'll be a kink in the line, maybe a brief spin up, and then really quiet again. And even in the severe thunderstorm warnings, a lot of the momentum just isn't really reaching down to the surface. It's having a real tough time mixing down.
Yeah, you probably, and somebody's saying they can hear you, but they can't see you. His camera's facing the weather, so you probably won't see Cappucci unless he's outside in front of the camera.
Mm-hmm.
I see somebody, and I'm just reading the comments here, making sure I get to every question. Riverside in New Jersey and Annapolis, Maryland. Just windy and rain so far. Yeah, I don't know if you saw Cappucci there. I think I missed it.
I made a cameo. Also,
Yeah,
sorry my mouth is full. I'm having
definitely
a really
missed it.
yummy chicken tender sandwich.
Oh my gosh, you make me want to eat. I have not eaten, so
How are you functioning? If I didn't have breakfast, I'd be dead right now.
I'm losing steam, actually. My stomach is growling.
You people, don't forget to eat. Do I need to have like a little office potluck and just bring everyone food?
Well, I'm on camera, so I can't really eat right now.
Oh no.
Yeah, a lot of people I'm seeing chiming in from Virginia and your neck of the woods, Cappucci.
Definitely an active day. You know, sorry, I'm multitasking having lunch. But yeah, here in Northern Maryland, the squall just passed through. Didn't do too much of anything other than heavy rain. But that's obviously, part of the situation today. There's so much wind energy, but it's having a tough time mixing to the surface. So it's one of the caveats. It's really struggling to get down to the ground. But I'll be curious to see if we get this second round popping sometime this afternoon to our west.
Yeah, and that's why Cappucci, I think somebody said they were in Frederick, Virginia, where you are. So that's where Cappucci's camera is. So for whoever
Yep.
is curious.
Frederick, Maryland.
Oh, never mind. He's in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Mm.
Completely different state.
Fredericksburg, sorry. This was a very yummy sandwich for folks who are wondering. It was from Sheets. But Fredericksburg is on the south side of that severe thunderstorm warning, a little bit south of DC along 95, so like Aquia Harbor, Triangle, Dale City. Dumfries. Dumfries, by the way, has a Waffle House, a Sheets, and a Wawa. But that whole zone is seeing sort of storms pass to the east. So really, there still just hasn't been much in the way of strong wind gusts because the momentum's just not really mixing down. As it is nationwide, we only have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. So things are pretty well behaved, Erica, for the most part, as far as things can go right now.
Yeah, that's some good news. We did have a couple tornado warnings earlier, and they were in populous areas. So thankfully, those have moved out of the area since. But like you said, where you're heading, tracking potential an uptick in activity later. And most of the lightning activity, and I just had somebody ask me what's going on in Florida. It's like some of the storms are now moving into, let's see, Daytona Beach, Tampa, Sarasota, Orlando. Orlando, nothing yet, but that's coming here soon. Most of the lightning as well is offshore. And earlier there were some lightning strikes in Florida, but most of it is offshore. Nothing. A couple of rumbles of thunder and lightning in South Carolina. I think Sandy was reporting that earlier. And I just have this our basic our high definition radar on, just so I can see where the lightning strikes are. Yeah, so some heavy rain there. I think we still have Fuji's camera there. And then what you're seeing on top of me is just the satellite imagery of this big swirly storm system.
Ooh,
Very
swirly, you used my
dynamic,
word.
very dynamic storm. Not just severe weather here, but some winter weather, blizzard warnings I'm seeing in Iowa, in Minnesota. So,
You got to say it like a Bostonian, blizzard.
like what?
You got to say it like a Bostonian. It's a blizzard warning.
Yeah. See, I'm from Texas, so we don't know what a blizzard is. We do know what winter weather is.
Hey,
Although
February 14th, 2021 would beg to differ.
yeah, I wasn't living in Texas at the time, so I've been removed from that state.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
It
Were you
it's
still out in
crazy.
California?
No, I was in Georgia. I was living in Georgia at the time when that big winter storm. And I get
Gotcha.
questions all the time. I mean, I still track it because a lot of my family's still there. I get questions from them all the time about what's going on. So very clued into Texas weather. But
Yep.
yeah, blizzard. When I think of a blizzard, I think of the Dairy Queen blizzard. It's
Oh, see, now I want ice cream.
a good day for ice cream.
Years and years ago, back in gosh, it had to have been 2017, 2018. It was an El Nino winter, so I think it might have been 2017. My grandparents are still alive. They've since passed away. But I was down in Fort Myers, Florida, visiting them. They lived in a mobile home community called Lazy Days, and they were on Restful Road. Anyway, my grandfather and his girlfriend, my grandmother passed away when I was 7, and the girlfriend's name was Nancy, and she was super sweet, but she didn't really believe in tornadoes. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, I just don't believe in it. I've never seen one. I've never had anyone get hit by one. I'm like, Nancy, you grew up in Massachusetts. And she and my grandfather couldn't understand that they were down in Florida now, which meant they were at risk for tornadoes. So anyway, we're down there one day, and I'm off, with other family members, and I call them and I say, hey, there's a tornado warning for your area. It looks to me like a tornado's touching down just south of your neighborhood. And they're like, nah, we're down at the clubhouse having some beers. I'm like, can you go to a shelter? They're like, no, we're 78. I'm like, okay. So anyway, tornado passed just to their south. So I got a NOAA weather radio, and I programmed it to only ring when a tornado warning was issued. And I hit it on them because I knew I wanted them to, not deactivate it, not unplug it, and I wanted them to take action if a tornado warning was issued. So I hit it in their styrofoam-like ceiling panels. Anyway, 3 days later, I'm visiting them. Tornado warning goes off. They're like, what the heck is that infernal ringing? And sure enough, tornado warning is a circulation coming in from the Eastern Gulf. And I said to them, hey, can I borrow the minivan so I can go chase it? And Nancy said, how about I be your storm chase driver? So picture this 83-year-old woman who can't really see, doesn't believe in stop signs, driving me down Tamiami Trail in Florida, chasing after this completely rain-wrapped circulation. And at the end, we see a little distant funnel. It was only an ES0, touchdown briefly, and it was off in the distance. And I think it did her more harm than good because she was like, oh, that's it? That little rinky-dink funnel in the distance? Like, Nancy, if you were closer, it would be bigger. But suffice to say, I don't think they ever really took tornado warning seriously. But if any are issued today, we want folks to indeed take them seriously. But yeah, fortunately, no tornado warnings right now, just a spattering of thunderstorm warnings from this squall line that may or may not be mixing winds to the surface. It's really struggling to get winds down to the ground. Sorry, that was an impromptu story time, Erica.
Yeah, I think I need to fix some issues with my laptop. I had it was at 18% charge. I got up for a second and it dropped down to 5%. So
maybe, Erica, you're the aura that just recharges it because of how joyous people are all the time and how bright and energetic you are.
Maybe, but
Maybe
most
you just can't
likely
stand
it's my
up.
charger. But thank
Um,
you for the compliment.
well, no, I mean, now I formally retract my compliment. I take it away.
See, but that's you. I think it's because you're not here, my laptop won't charge. So
That's probably why. I mean, first we get rid of the bus, then we don't get to see each other.
we have to make a mention of the bus at least one time during the live stream.
You know, last night I was up at 2 in the morning on Facebook, as I always am, and I saw a bus for sale for only $3,500. And, I'm not in meteorology to get rich, and I don't have, a cajillion dollars. But I do have $3,500, and I was so close to buying that damn bus.
It's not worth it. And
Jack,
also,
if
you
I,
don't know, that sounds like a good bargain, but something might be wrong with that bus. So I don't know.
I mean, I could rehabilitate it. The bus would love me. When I was 5, you know those Illa stories where you buy like a little kit and you get to write your own book and you send it off and they bind it and stuff?
I think so.
Oh, well, anyway, it was a great toy. Someday when I have kids, I'm going to get them a bunch of Illa stories. Jack, did you ever use the Illa story? Okay, Jack says he hasn't either. Well, anyway, when I was 5, I wrote a little teeny book with my mother called Benjamin's New Friend. And it was about a limousine that was in use for so many years, but it wound up at the junkyard. And one day, some kid bought the limousine and refurbished it and then drove Benjamin, this magic limo, all over the place. So maybe I'll do the same thing with a bus. I'll just like rehabilitate it and I'll have a little bus to drive around everywhere.
You're going to be one of those, I don't know what they're called,
Oh, like the tiny houses?
the van people or something, the van life people.
Hey, I'm no hippie.
They're not hippies most of the time. Sometimes they are, but
mean,
there's some that aren't. I honestly haven't seen too many. I think it's just because that's just not the content they consume. But that would be interesting. I could see you with a van just because you're on the road all the time. And like for storm chasing season, I feel like it would benefit you.
yeah, I slept in my truck a few times last season, which was all fine and well until early in the morning hours on May 21st, which was the Greenfield, Iowa day. I chased that tornado. But in the morning at like 4 a.m., as an Omaha, Nebraska at a rest stop, I was dead asleep in my truck. And then suddenly it started hailing and the hail woke me up. It was a warm front lifting through.
The only thing with the bus, it would slow you down.
Yeah.
So that's just the other caveat. Either sleep in the seat or get a heavy bus and have to drive that around when you're trying to chase storm.
Yep.
You need
Tricky,
like
tricky.
3 of you. So one of you could drive the bus, one of you could storm chase, and one of you could do something else. Hold the phone, record you storm chasing.
I do need like clones or little assistants.
Little Cappuccis.
Little Poochie. Baby Pooch. But yeah, I mean, we have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings out there. Raleigh's still on the backside of one, but it looks like the threat has mostly moved east of Raleigh. But yeah, it's just kind of a rainy, nasty day for a lot of people where I am right now in northwestern Maryland. It's definitely rainy. It's definitely gross. It's definitely just yucky outside. But I don't see anything that gives me immediate concern for tornadoes, at least in my area, as of now.
Yeah, and somebody is in Tappahannock. I don't know if I'm saying that
Oh
right.
yeah, Tappahannock, Virginia. Yeah.
So they are in a severe thunderstorm warning as well. And so whoever is commenting about that storm on your doorstep, yeah, it's almost there. Heavy rains in Fairfax County, Virginia. I love seeing your storm reports, by the way, guys. So keep them coming because it gives me a good perspective of where you guys are watching from. A lot of you guys from Virginia, and I would assume, because you get a lot of our push notifications in those areas. Cappucci is very good at that, keeping up to date on what's going on in those areas. I know it used to be your old
Viewing area. Yep. Back in my TV days when I was young, had energy, and I had hair. Now my hairline's going. I'm old. I'm crotchety.
Well, you're a lot younger than me, so can't really say that.
I mean, I'm 27. I'm circling the drain.
Um,
You know what I
so
miss? When you're little, everything's magic, and you have Santa Claus. And then when you're old, the magic leaves, and you just have the IRS. And Santa brings you stuff, and the IRS just takes stuff.
you're still fairly young for being 27. That was years ago for me.
You don't look a
Can't
day
be
over
worn out
24.
yet, Cappucci. You can't be worn out yet.
Yeah. This rain is
Somebody asked
definitely
me
quite
about
heavy, though. The folks in front of me are driving with their hazards on just because of how heavy the rain is.
yeah, somebody asked me about Maryland. Let me know what city in Maryland. But Capucci's actually his live camera that is from Maryland, and he is on the outside of Fredericksburg. He is on the move. I'm sure you're a couple miles out now.
Yep, I'm northwest of Fredericksburg on Interstate 270 as I head up into the Maryland Panhandle in the next little while. Another hour to go.
Asking about Maryland. And so we are expecting an uptick in activity there in a couple of minutes, in a couple hours. Let me know what city though in Maryland. That would be very helpful.
Right now, I am, where am I? Middletown, or Middletown, Virginia. I don't know if that's Virginia or Maryland. I'm right on the border.
See, Sandy says she wish she could be 27 again. Me too. Me too. Yeah, so the Gucci's over here. Maybe some moderate. Well, you said you were running into some heavy rain. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, near Middletown right now.
Okay, yeah.
In about 30 minutes from now, 30-ish minutes, I'll be in Hagerstown.
Gucci's on the move on Interstate 70.
Yep. Good old 70. And eventually 70 intersects with 81. And I do think the Interstate 70 and eventually the 68 corridor in Northwest Maryland will be at risk of, perhaps a couple additional storms later on this afternoon if we get some clearing. And I know satellite's been showing some clearing, trying to sneak in from the west. That's one great feature we have now in the MyRadar app is free satellite data, visible satellite from anywhere around the world. And our developers have merged the data from a bunch of different satellites to make it absolutely seamless. So frankly, it really does look quite good. I like it a lot. And the other nice thing too is that it includes day and night bands. So you won't sort of see a drop off overnight. But obviously it's still cloudy, it's still overcast, still rainy where I am right now. But even Western Maryland right now near Cumberland is beginning to see a little bit of clearing edge in. And all we need is like 2-3 hours to get some juice, destabilize the atmosphere, and pop a couple additional showers or storms. And with the wind dynamics at play, those could rotate a little bit.
Yeah, I'm showing that satellite here. Zoomed in. I can zoom out. Yeah, so I think the zoom out shows the better picture of the clearing. Yeah.
I'm surprised that Southern Virginia hasn't seen more of like a filling in of the line. It so far looks, better behaved than I thought it would be at this point.
Yeah, that's
like
some good
I
news,
thought the
though.
Richmond area. Yeah, I mean, to your point, even a little bit more instability, even just a degree or two warmer would make all the difference, help storms grow taller and rotate more, but we're just not really seeing that right now, which is great news. I mean, we want to keep it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Let me read some of these questions. Okay. Michael says he's 27 and loving it. Luckily, not losing any hair. It's called good genetics, Matthew. Stanley asks, how old were you when you went on your first storm chase, and was it memorable?
So I had chased locally in Massachusetts when I was little, even just my neighborhood. When I was, how old? 16 and a half. You could get it at 16 and a half in Mass. And so after I did, I drive around Massachusetts a little bit, but I didn't really get to go on like a full far storm chase until my freshman year in college. And the first time I convinced my dad to come with me for a day to Oklahoma. And that chase wound up busting. It just wasn't really too much to track. But then my sophomore, junior, senior years, I did some pretty good chasing, saw some really cool stuff, lost my first windshield, and have been addicted ever since. So I've been chasing really like 8-ish years pretty seriously. In the past few, I've gone out, for a full month, month and a half every year, including this year. I don't know when I'll be going down, but I know I'll definitely be down there for a while.
You asked me about Florida. Just some pretty heavy rain there. Not really seeing anything too severe in the area for now. But yeah, some pretty strong storms moving into Central Florida, Daytona, and Tampa. And Sandy, I hope that answered your question with Cappucci there.
Traffic is definitely pretty slow going with all this rain. A lot of folks struggling to drive. But the good news, I'm almost at the backside of the rain. I'm only like 15 minutes away from seeing the end of the rain. DC, meanwhile, is seeing the worst of the weather arrive right now, and a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued just south of town. That's where you could see winds gusting 40, 45 miles per hour, maybe a little higher if we can mix that momentum down, but we're really struggling to get that momentum down. But like Waldorf, Andrews Air Force Base, Friendly, Potomac Airfield could have winds gusting locally to around 50 miles an hour. A low end chance of a tornado. I don't see any tight circulation yet, but anytime you have a situation like this, we have these little kinks in the line, could be something to watch. So like Accokeek near Fort Washington, there's a little teeny kink. Nothing crazy yet, but that new severe thunderstorm warning is south of DC. It's in effect for the next 22 minutes until 1:30.
Yeah, and I have that pulled up here. I remember watching the thunderstorms from DC. Yeah,
come on back one of these days and we'll have a thunderstorm probably.
No, but it's your turn to come to Florida, so.
True.
I mean, I love DC, don't get me wrong. Yeah, so 108 Eastern. I feel like it's later in the day. I think it's just because we've been on this live stream since about, I don't even remember, maybe 10 this morning.
Yep.
And you pretty much track the line from Western North Carolina now into parts of the Mid-Atlantic, and 1:08 p.m. Eastern. If you are watching us, but I saw a little bit of a jump in views here. So we are tracking this enhanced risk of severe weather, primarily across the Carolinas, but also we could see an uptick in severe weather here as Cappucci is chasing in Maryland over the next several hours. So if you're just now tuning in or tuned in the middle of our stream, I'm meteorologist Eric Lopez. My Cappucci's out in the field. We are streaming all across our platform. So if you're watching us in the MyRadar app, you just joined us. You have questions. We have quite a bit of people on YouTube chatting amongst each other, giving us storm reports on what's going on in their location. And much appreciated for those that are telling us what's going on. So come join the conversation. Let us know where you're watching from. Questions and concerns for me and Cappucci here over the next several hours. We are going to track these storms out until necessary. And yeah, thank you for tuning in. Pretty active last several days. Cappucci and I have been pretty busy Monday, Tuesday, and even today. Cappucci did a video earlier today. So if you want a little bit more of a detailed forecast, it's in the app. It's all across our platforms. Check out his video. And, we've been covering weather all across the country, not just active weather across the eastern coast, but we have winter weather across the upper Midwest, West Coast, fire weather, which I think is something that we're going to track tomorrow. So yeah, Cappucci, a pretty busy start to the first week of March, first month of meteorological spring, I should say.
Yeah, Eric, it definitely has been. Overnight last night, when the cold side of the system sort of swung around, the so-called wraparound, the comma head, into portions of the plains, Omaha, Nebraska went from like 8-mile-per-hour winds to 60-mile-per-hour winds in only 2 or 3 hours, along with very heavy snow briefly. Kansas City saw snow and very strong winds this morning, gusting 45 to 50 miles per hour. And so, like Kansas City, yesterday they were dealing with a marginal tornado threat, and now today they woke up to blizzard conditions. So that goes to show you how crazy these kitchen sink storms can be. And we call them kitchen sink storms because they basically contain everything but the kitchen sink. When you have all the seasons kind of meshing together and the air mass is battling it out this time of year, you can get the worst of every season. And to your point, that same low pressure system swung a dry line, the leading edge of bone dry desert air from the southwest eastwards across Texas, leading to plummeting humidities down to like 7-8%, and strong winds across the Permian Basin, the Trans-Pecos, the Llano Estacado, much of West Texas. Even Brownsville got down to like 8-9% relative humidity, which in the summertime, Erica, as you know, is like an absolute sweltering sauna. And so to see that kind of dry air mass invade as far south as they had down in Texas is pretty impressive, notwithstanding the fact that they need some rainfall. But I can't remember the last time I've seen an extremely critical wildfire risk issued up that way. So pretty impressive there. Otherwise, between the blizzard, the fire weather, we're also tracking wintry weather conditions in the Twin Cities right now. And even parts of Wisconsin have a winter storm or a blizzard warning too. So it's a lot for a lot of folks. The blizzard warning was mainly in the Corn Belt where the winds were a little bit higher, but winter storm warnings continue in portions of Minnesota and Wisconsin as well. So busy, busy, and certainly never a dull moment in the weather. But today so far, we've kind of remained mostly well behaved. There is enough spin to get a couple isolated brief spin up tornadoes, but the main concern, gusty to locally damaging winds if we can mix that squall line momentum down.
Yeah, pretty busy, busy day, busy week. Continue to be busy. And yeah, I know the other interesting part about what was going on in Texas, and I showed this earlier in satellite, was um, hazy skies in Dallas. I mean, I pay attention to Dallas all the time, but yeah, quite interesting. I mean, I'm always paying attention to Texas weather. The interesting part about South Texas too is there's actually a huge rocket trying to launch out of Boca Chica, Texas right now. They've delayed it for tomorrow, but I've been paying attention to the weather down there, and I also saw those red flag warnings. So very rare dry air mass there. Of course, the dry air mass didn't reach the coast just because the coast is naturally a little bit more humid, but just some interesting things happening in the weather world. And I feel like we're always on top of it. We just know what's going on. We're always glued in to what's going on. And so maybe you're not watching us necessarily for what's going on in terms of severe weather, but you're curious to know what's going on in other parts of the country. This is your time to ask. We can give you a little bit of a forecast. Maureen says hi, Matthew Cappucci.
Hi, Maureen.
On YouTube.
Hello, Maureen.
And Hannah, I don't know where Riverside, what state that is, but according to, looks like the My Radar app alerted you to rain there in the next 30 minutes. And yeah, we are paying attention to your comments, so feel free to chime in. Pucci is very knowledgeable on everything.
And everyone asks your questions. Erica's clairvoyant. She's basically a psychic. In fact, she got offered a show to replace Teresa's Long Island medium, but she declined so she could stay and do weather with us. That's how amazing she is at predicting the future.
Maybe in my dreams in another life, I was better at that. I really don't know what's going to happen besides the weather. We are kind of like fortune tellers with the weather, though.
Yeah, we're like fortune tellers, but instead of people, we just deal with water vapor.
That's true. The one thing we can forecast, I think, well, in some instances, which is just very seasoned and has been through many seasons, has storm chased many severe weather seasons. I think last year was probably one of the biggest tornado seasons you've chased. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, yeah, by far the best of my lifetime, or at least the best of my professional lifetime. It's like, you've seen that farmer's insurance commercial, right? I know a thing or two because I've seen a thing or two. I saw a lot of things last year.
And I think at that point too, you've had several severe weather seasons under your belt. And the important thing about, tracking storms is you kind of have to go through every season, go through winter, go through severe weather season to kind of see patterns, to kind of see how the atmosphere behaves. And of course, sometimes things happen that aren't predicted, but for the most part, like even today, several severe thunderstorm warnings. We knew tornado conditions were possible across the Carolinas there. Cappucci anticipating more activity across Maryland. So still, no tornado warnings, which is some good news. I never want to see tornado warnings, but of course there are possibilities. It's a possibility heading into the afternoon. The good news is it looks like most of the storm activity is now on the east side of Raleigh, out of the way for Richmond. Richmond, you're just getting in on that heavy rain. Washington, D.C., and we could go back there. I know a lot of you guys watch us from there, on the south side of it. The heavy rain looks like now maybe downtown Washington, D.C. I don't know if that's how you call it. With downtown Washington, D.C.
Yeah, DC proper. Yeah.
So it looks like some heavy rain moving into those areas and just south. So severe thunderstorm warning still issued for those areas. Not Washington, D.C. is not under a severe thunderstorm warning, but you are getting in on the heavy rain and possibly some gusty winds there. And then we have another severe thunderstorm warning that is for, I always try to pronounce this, Cappucci, I think that's how you say it. That severe thunderstorm warning is still issued as well. And then still a couple in North Carolina, but thankfully all on the east side of Raleigh. And really, yeah, those are the only warnings right now. We're not seeing any in the Carolinas. Checking in on Florida really quickly, not seeing anything there. And just getting the radar here. And yeah, so overall, you can kind of see where that line of storms is positioned and where all the lightning is. Most of the lightning is in South Carolina, off the coast of Georgia, even Florida. Not seeing any lightning strikes, though, in Florida.
Oh, sorry for disappearing for a second. That was stressful. There was a police officer right on my heels for about, and I wasn't speeding or anything, but right on my heels for about 2 miles. And he finally got off the exit. So, whew, it was scary. It's very rare that I go 10 miles per hour under the speed limit, but we did.
And glad to stay safe, Cappucci.
Yeah, I mean, we're very fortunate to seeing pretty much all the storms begin to work off the immediate, or I should say work off the coast, but getting east of 95, obviously they're still affecting the Beltway near and east of DC, and of course, southern Maryland as well. Just about to impact Andrews Air Force Base, so winds going to get gusty there soon, but really, these are mostly just rains. Not a ton of wind is mixing down the surface. There were some wind reports earlier on in the higher terrain of western North Carolina and even western South Carolina. But yeah, Raleigh, I mean, you guys are just about done. Give it like 45 more minutes. Raleigh will be done. Same thing for DC, same thing for Richmond. And then it's tricky to say if there will be any real redevelopment later on, but yeah, that's what we're watching. Oh, Erica, actually looks like a new tornado warning may be coming south of Richmond. Can we throw on base velocity with the Richmond radar and then go to the circulation or the situation south of Richmond? It's a pretty clear circulation now that has only really manifested in the past few minutes. It's one of those kink in the line circulations, so it's tightening very quickly near McKinney and heading a little bit south of Dinwiddle towards Stony Creek and eventually the 95 corridor. So that area right now is not under tornado warning yet. It very likely will be in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Hopefully the National Weather Service does consider issuing a tornado warning, because for areas south of Richmond near Dinwiddle,
it's
is
already
an immediate
under
tornado
a tornado
concern.
warning.
Okay, good. Tornado warning has been issued then for the McKinney cell. Hasn't popped up on my end yet, but Dinwiddle, tornado warning right now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. If you're in a mobile home, vehicle outdoors, you want to be in a site-built location, protecting yourself from flying debris. That's along Interstate 85. So if you're on 85 between McKinney and Dinwiddle, you want to get off the highway right now, pull over, do whatever you have to do. This is a classic kink in the line circulation. There is clear rotation. We're seeing that obviously right now on the radar. There's a bit of a jog where the squall line has some winds bowing out ahead of it, and then some curl back of the winds. And that counterclockwise circulation is where we're monitoring for potential tornado. Just got issued, came together rather quickly, and that's kind of how today will be. You know, you have circulations that sort of perk up rather quickly in short order, and that's exactly what is transpiring right now. So it's not quite the 95 corridor yet. It is directly over Interstate 85 right now in McKinney. So McKinney, the next few minutes, you guys are under the gun. Give it 5 or 6 minutes, McKinney, you'll be out of the woods. But then next, Dinwiddle, and especially just south of Dinwiddle. And this goes in effect for the next, it looks like, 23 minutes. So until about 45 minutes past the hour, this tornado warning in effect and includes portions of Dinwiddle and Brunswick counties in south central Virginia. Circulation is moving east-northeast at 35 miles per hour. We have no indication of any debris on the ground yet, but that may change with time. So, Erica, it's one of those things where things sneak up on you rather quick. And today we had a circulation this is the third or fourth we've tracked that sort of came together rather quickly with one of these kinks in the line. And this one could be making a run at Petersburg and areas near and south of Petersburg along 95 in the next hour or so as well, if it holds together.
Yeah, very tight rotation there. And I have it pulled up here, so I've been following along that tornado warning. Again, south of McKinney, that's really our only tornado warning that we're tracking. And for perspective, I know a lot of people ask, where is this? And this is in Virginia.
Yeah, this is in south central Virginia. And for the folks at home, it's tough. These are not these big, nasty supercells that tower to 50, 60,000 feet. These are sort of much smaller. We call them kink in the line circulations. And, you know, they're just not as mean, not quite as nasty overall. But they do have these quick hitting tornadoes that can sometimes form. And that's kind of what we're watching. Even right now, latest models are a little bit less bullish on the prospects of additional storms this afternoon forming in northwest Maryland. So I may actually wait it out a little bit in probably Hagerstown and just see if it's worth continuing on westwards until the models come up with what they want to come up with a little bit later. So
yeah, things ramping up quickly here. Things could change very rapidly. So that's why we're on this live stream. We want to get you the latest updates as soon as we can. And if anything changes, of course, we'll be on top of it. Continue to talk. And thank you for all your reports there in the chat. You see any more, hear any more things, let us know. I am watching. We have a couple people from Michigan watching. Michael in Annapolis, Maryland. And Wyoming, yeah, winter. Just storm there. Or you're going to get a winter storm here in the next several days. Traverse City, Michigan. Cloudy skies and 50 degrees. Yeah, so you can see, and I have the latest velocity scan. So the newest velocity will update as we get some of the latest scans from the radar here. And so it looks like that circulation is now on the east side of McKinney, possibly along Interstate 85 there. About 4,000 people live within this tornado warning. Sorry, go ahead, Cappucci.
Oh, no, my bad. I was just saying it doesn't look quite as tight as it did even 2 or 3 minutes ago, which is good news. And it just, once again, is a testament to how brief these things are. They're there, you warn them, then they're not. And that's why on days like today, it's so tough because you can have a tornado briefly touch down for a minute or two between scans. And it reminds me a lot of May 27th, 2022, when we had the same thing in DC. A couple of quick hitting EF0s, EF1s, or, April 22nd, 2023, similar thing, a couple of quick little EF0s. And so on days like today, it's imperative folks don't take the radar literally. And what I mean by that is just because the circulation might weaken or waver briefly doesn't mean it's over. Plus, so often these things are so shallow that we're only looking for things right near the ground that oftentimes the radar can kind of miss. So it's very tricky to sort of warn on these as well.
Yeah. I'll keep this radar up here, and that's really the only warning we have. Tornado warning, at least. Still several severe thunderstorm warnings. One of the storms pushes east. I did see something interesting on X though. Looks like a brief water spout off Coquina Cay in South St. Petersburg. So that's just right outside of Tampa.
So that's on the Gulf side.
Yeah.
Huh.
I think that was a couple hours ago. And I'm just now seeing the video. Let's see. Yeah, so 1:06 p.m. Eastern, tracking this tornado warning. Yeah, not as tight as it was earlier. I mean, still seeing an area of rotation. We'll come close to, and if I'm Dinwiddle there along Interstate 85, and I'm not seeing too many other cities in between within this tornado warning, so not a very populous area. Dinwiddle County Airport is to the north of this. That warning does not include them, but Petersburg, just right outside of Petersburg, is where that tornado warning is currently located. Looks like they are expiring the warning on the backside, so they just updated it here. Let me see if we're getting any reports. So not a confirmed tornado warning, but of course, if you're within the zone, about 4,000 of you are, you need to seek shelter immediately. Go in the most interior portion of your home. And I'm not really sure if you have a basement, that is the best place to seek shelter. But if you don't, go to the most interior portion of your home, away from exterior walls and windows. That is really your safe zone during a tornado warning.
Yeah, we always tell folks you want to be in a site-built location, putting as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. So mobile home, vehicle, outdoors, that won't cut it. You want to be in a site-built location, protecting yourself from flying debris. Realistically, most casualties from severe weather also stem from head injuries too. So we want to make sure that if people have a little bit of extra time, they find a way to either cover their head with their hands or something of that nature, because any little action you can take could go a big, long way in improving your safety odds. Fortunately, today we're not expecting significant tornadoes. These are not strong tornadoes. These are quick little spin-ups, but still something worth mentioning and worth keeping tabs on. But right now we're tracking about a half a dozen severe thunderstorm warnings. For the most part, there's only that one tornado warning in town, and that's the one on the southwest side of Richmond near Dinwiddle that still is rather broad, a little bit diffuse right now. So good news there. Nothing yet is imminent or occurring. It's still kind of broad and kind of spread out. So we hope it stays that way.
Yeah, and that's in Virginia for the person who was asking. That's our only tornado warning right now. Yeah, Kevin and Ruth, 2 questions where that was. Just kind of toggling back and forth between the area of rotation doesn't look as tight either. It looks very broad now as it moves, pushes to the northeast there. Just on the south side of Dinwiddle.
We just had multiple severe thunderstorm warnings expire. So the one nearest to DC has expired. So really, there's nothing now north of Fredericksburg, and it's really like the Rappahannock region, southern Richmond, and then that stretch from southern Virginia down to Raleigh. But really, only 4 thunderstorm warnings and 1 tornado warning. So we're in a pretty good state right now, and things are remaining as well behaved as they could be for this juncture.
Some good news. So looks like we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in Florida for Daytona Beach.
Oh, yes.
That's
Volusia
another
County.
one that we are seeing there, just off the coast there. Orlando, you're getting in on, I see lightning on the radar in Orlando. So actually also picking up in Florida for those that are watching us there. Yeah, so some pretty heavy rain there in Daytona Beach. 60-mile-per-hour winds. It'll move off shore here in the next couple of minutes. Very highly needed I-95 there. It looks like it's on the east side of I-95 over Daytona Beach Airport. And so, yeah, that's really the only severe thunderstorm I am seeing in Florida. And we always have to mention Florida. But other than that, continue to track this tornado warning. In Whittle, County, in Virginia. Very broad area, if that, of rotation there. Still got a couple more minutes on that tornado warning. 1:45. So almost 2 minutes left on that warning. It'll be interesting to see what this storm does once it gets offshore of Daytona Beach. That'd be interesting. I see a McDonald's there in the background, Cappucci.
Ba-da-da-da-da.
Now.
Yeah, I'm looking for a little place to stake out for the next few hours and debate if I'm going to stay here or if I'm going to head back east home. I'm still not super confident on the afternoon round of convection, so kind of a waiting game at this point. I'm seeing a couple little teeny cells try to pop over West Virginia, but whether or not they become thunderstorms or just stay low-top little showers remains to be seen, so not going to bite on them quite yet.
Yeah, guys, so we're heading into 1:30 p.m. Eastern. A lot of chatter, a lot of you guys joining us on this Wednesday, March 5th. I can't believe it's only Wednesday, March 5th. It's felt like quite a long week just because it's been so active. This is our 3rd day where we are tracking severe weather threats across the country now, including parts of the Mid-Atlantic and East Coast. I am meteorologist Eric Lopez, joined by meteorologist and storm chaser Matthew Cappucci, who you are seeing his live feed. He is in Maryland tracking these storms, anticipating possibly a second wave of storms in Maryland. And we're continuing to track this tornado warning that's in Virginia. It looked more impressive with the earlier radar scans. Right now, I'm not noticing too much there. Still broad area of rotation, but now it's, the National Weather Service does a great job updating these warnings. And so then Whittle is still within that tornado warning. Broad area of rotation moving over that city along Interstate 85, and then it'll push to the east. So that's our one tornado warning that we're tracking now. with several severe thunderstorm warnings along this line of storms. And we're talking about areas in the Carolinas, Rocky Mount, you have been put under a severe thunderstorm warning, and extending further than that across eastern North Carolina and Norfolk, Virginia Beach, you are in a tornado watch. So that means through 8 o'clock this evening, you have the possibility of seeing possible tornadoes as this line of storms pushes through. These quick spin up tornadoes are possible across eastern North Carolina and anywhere within that tornado watch zone. And
That
going back
circulation,
and forth within.
that circulation near Dinwiddle, southwest of Richmond, looks a little stronger right now. It's so tough because the velocities are strong, but we're not seeing anything super tight. But really, on days like today, you only see that tight stuff near the ground, and just tricky in this kind of environment. The radar beam oftentimes overshoots the very shallow natures of the circulations. And so for that reason, I'd say that we still have to very closely watch the Dinwiddle cell. Again, for the folks at home, that's southwest of Richmond along Interstate 85, west of 95, staying west of 95 right now, but the circulation is very near the highway. Nothing has been confirmed yet, but if there was something, it would be just east of Dinwiddle, probably passing near or close to Interstate 85.
Yeah, we have pulled up here on radar. Yeah, keeping close tabs on that tornado warning. Somebody suggesting 6 miles west of Hagerstown on 7068 is Siding Hill Road, a great syncline, a welcome center with restrooms.
A what?
A welcome center with restrooms for you, Cappucci.
Oh, well, thank you. I am right there near Hagerstown. But yeah, I'm going to camp out near the McDonald's right now on the west side of Hagerstown, near the Hagerstown Motor Speedway. I've been up here during severe weather before. That was kind of cool. It's a beautiful area out here if anyone's ever been. Very mountainous. It's funny going from DC to, the western portions of the area have so much in the way of mountains and hilly terrain. It's kind of funny when you work in the DC TV market, you get a bit of everything. You get the coastal plain, you get the mountains, you get DC. It's really a fun little bit of geography to work in. But right now, you see it's still cloudy. I do think it'll clear up in a little while, though. Not clearing.
I'm going to take a short break, Cappucci, and I'll let you I'll keep this radar up.
Sure. Works for me. And so for the folks at home, it is good to see everybody. I'm meteorologist Matthew Cappucci. You're seeing not too much outside right now where I am. I am in the panhandle of Maryland near Hagerstown, and the bulk of the activity has already passed through. So, for the most part, the entire line is decently well behaved. We're still seeing some stronger winds. We're still seeing some winds gusting 35 to 50 miles per hour, a few gusts around 60. The only tornado warning is that one southwest of Richmond, and really almost due south of Richmond, approaching 95. But holistically, the entire event thus far has been pretty well behaved. It was yesterday, it is today too. And it goes to show you what happens when you just don't have that much. What was that, Jack? Oh. But yeah, it goes to show you what happens when you have so much spin energy. There's a lot of wind to work with, but not too much juice. And resultantly, we're just not really able to get the height of the storms we need to really mix stuff down to the surface. What I mean by that is on warmer, more humid days, you get storms that grow taller because of more instability. And that allows the storms to reach up and grab the jet stream and kind of mix that momentum down to the surface. And this time we just don't really see that. And so subsequently, we're not really seeing too much in the way of widespread damaging winds or even tornado activity yet. We did have that one warning earlier on north of Richmond. We had one north of Raleigh, and the one near Raleigh may have produced. We're waiting on damage reports there. There's still a number of active severe thunderstorm warnings in much of central North Carolina, but ultimately it's not nearly as, windy as it otherwise could be. And that's the thing. A little bit of temperature makes all the difference. You add a couple degrees and suddenly you're really cooking, and the lower atmosphere is really more energized and you get taller storms. And that just isn't the case. Height matters when it comes to severe weather. Back on February 7th, 2020, we had 5 tornadoes in the west side of DC on a day that wasn't even supposed to feature thunder and lightning. And indeed, it didn't. But the reason was that we had a little bit of rain come through, help the lower atmosphere warm up and saturate a little bit, juice up the lower atmosphere, and then suddenly we were able to get storms reaching just 12 or 13,000 feet, which wasn't high, but it was just high enough to get us to feel the jet stream with those storms and for those storms to rotate. So unclear today if we get any storms just high enough. And that's the thing, it's kind of a crapshoot. Either they're just high enough or they're just a little bit too short and you don't get all that much. So we'll kind of have to see. Right now I'm leaning towards not all that much. Now, the reason I'm in northwestern Maryland is because there could be a little bit of redevelopment later this afternoon. Already in the right side of the image, you can just barely see a little bit of orange on the horizon. That's the clearing line. And as the clearing line mixes in, we're likely going to be able to see maybe a subtle warm up of the lower atmosphere. And if that's the case, then we'll wind up getting more juice, more kind of juiced up atmosphere, and ultimately maybe more storms. But even model wise, it looks like a lot of this will kind of struggle on continuing farther west. I may sort of wait here in Hagerstown for a little bit as we try to ascertain what's going on. But for now, we are tracking several thunderstorm warnings and, of course, that tornado warning still for the Dinwiddie area on the south side of Richmond. Circulation is still very much there. It is tough to really see what's going on super close to the ground just because we don't have any of those shorter range, lower elevation, high resolution airport radars to work with. But we're doing the best we can with sort of what we have from a radar standpoint. We're using the National Weather Service's WSR 88D radars. Those are a little bit more coarse, a little bit further away. But whenever we have a storm pass nearer to a city, we sometimes get to see what it looks like from the terminal Doppler radars at the airport. And we'll have to sort of wait and see if that's the case now. So doesn't appear to be yet, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4 thunderstorm warnings. The one in southeastern Virginia near between Richmond and Lexington Park doesn't look to me to be all that impressive. It's over King William County. I don't see much rain at all, or rather much wind at all with that. Most of what's happening in Virginia isn't that impressive other than the isolated tornado threat, which is happening a little bit east of Dinwiddie. The only real game in town in my mind is what's going on down in North Carolina from north of Fayetteville to Raleigh, northeast towards Roanoke Rapids, really along I-95. The storms are just about to get to I-95. They're so close to being there. And those are the ones that are potentially producing winds over 45, 50 miles per hour. So something to watch there. But so far, I'm really not seeing anything all that terribly compelling in terms of tornado activity right now. Taking a look at storm reports from earlier on, there were a few different reports of wind damage from this morning, and I'll take a look and read some of the latest ones. In Wilkes County, North Carolina, there was a tree falling over onto a road on West Meadows Road. We had power outages too. We had a report of, let's see, a roof covering blown off at the City Gas and Fuel in Fairfield, South Carolina. In Surrey County, North Carolina, a number of downed trees. A roof was removed off a barn in Stokes County, North Carolina, that was early this morning. Part of a metal carport was blown into adjacent Dodgetown Road in Walnut Cove. And again, that is the Meadows area in Stokes County, North Carolina. Let's see. Otherwise, some nasty weather with trees uprooted or snapped and a roof blown off near the intersection of R&L Smith Drive and Hunting Hills Road in Pittsylvania County in southwest Virginia. So unclear if that was straight line wind damage or what. There may have been a brief fleeting tornado. But overall, most of the reports we're seeing are northwest of Raleigh and southwest of Richmond, so along the North Carolina and Virginia border. That's where most of the action has been. I'm on the Mason-Dixon line right now in far northern Maryland, near the panhandle of Maryland, waiting to see if we do get an afternoon round. Nothing appears imminent or occurring yet, but if that does happen, it wouldn't be for a little while. So we're waiting. We are watching. Any storms that do bubble up this afternoon do have the propensity to try to rotate a little bit. I don't necessarily know if they'll have an easy time doing that, just given how lacking instability or thunderstorm fuel is, but we're watching pretty closely. But I think it's almost time we can let at least this iteration of the live stream lapse. If Erica is around, Erica, I don't know if you can hear me, but let me know your thoughts, just because the overall situation is, yeah, just because the overall situation is not that impressive right now. We only have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, and I dare say the ones in Virginia don't even to me to look to be particularly severe. Only the ones in North Carolina do, and even those are sort of fizzling. Just one moment while I grab some water. One thing to note, though, part of the reason why today's severe weather outbreak, I put outbreak in air quotes, but severe weather event hasn't sort of performed as high as it could is because of the time of day. Timing is everything. We had stratiform or kind of spread out flat rain this morning that caused clouds that cut back on daytime heating. And so now we're just not really seeing that much in the way of oomph for thunderstorms to work with. They're also coming in much earlier than the time of peak heating. Peak heating is usually mid to late afternoon around 5 or 6 p.m. That's when the sun has baked the ground for most of the day, and that's why thunderstorms tend to be the most vigorous around then. And we just haven't really had enough time to juice up the atmosphere as much as we otherwise could. So that's why I say today's storms, not the biggest outbreak. And that's why we oftentimes don't see these high end outbreaks in the fringe seasons, the cold seasons. We need that instability. We need that cape. We need that juice. We also need jet stream dynamics. In the wintertime, the jet stream tends to be more active, but there's less juice. In the summertime, the jet stream is less active, but there's more juice. And so you get taller thunderstorms. That's why the fringe season, like April, May, June, is when we have the most severe weather and tornadoes because the jet stream and the juiciness kind of overlap. The summertime juice and the wintertime jet stream position. Plus, we get the biggest clash of the air masses. Still, 5 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect from Dunn, Smithfield, Clayton in central North Carolina, all the way to the Virginia border west of Roanoke Rapids. So, again, a lot of folks on 95 about to have a rough ride. Roanoke Rapids down to Wilson and even Goldsboro. It's going to be a nasty drive. And then we have a couple thunderstorm warnings in southern Virginia that to me don't look to be all that severe. It looks like it's mainly leftover rain and some brief gusty winds, but I really don't think the momentum is mixing down to the surface. That's always $1 million question on days like today. Can the momentum mix it down? We know that we have ample instability, or rather ample wind dynamics at the mid levels of the atmosphere. There's a lot of momentum up there. But are storms able to reach up and grab it and mix it down? That depends on how much instability there is. And I just don't see all that much. And so because the atmosphere is not super duper juicy, we're not really able to mix that momentum down. Meanwhile, look off to my right. The clearing line is approaching. So that might be a recipe to get a little bit more instability, more thunderstorm fuel sometime this afternoon. I'm expecting clearing to really take over here beginning by about 2:30 p.m. and we'll see more sunshine. Already, I do see a couple of little teeny popcorn showers popping up in West Virginia, and they are rotating. They're small, but they're rotating. Sometimes you get something called cold air funnels, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that on a day like today. I wouldn't even be surprised to see a brief tornado warning pop somewhere in like eastern West Virginia or the panhandle of Maryland. I'm watching pretty closely right now to see if anything happens and how many of these will pop up. Still not sure it's necessarily worth me driving further west, but I'm watching pretty closely. But yeah, for now, we're coming up on 2 o'clock. Jack, I think we'll let the stream probably go at 2 p.m. unless something else significant pops, just because I'm really not seeing too much action. Of course, that works for me. I'm looking for any reports on social media, and I'm not seeing any severe weather reports right now or any reports of obvious damage or anything like that. So, watching pretty closely. We know that there were some reports of wind damage earlier on southwest in Virginia, but nothing yet near 95. There still could be, but like we said, on days like today, you tend to have a tough time mixing momentum down to the surface. Even though we have a lot of wind, that wind is only about a mile above the ground. We can't really drag it down because it's still really struggling to reach the ground. And so, unless we are warmer and can kind of get thunderstorms to bubble up and mix down that momentum, it's really tough to get it to be pulled down. Hmm. Still watching for some potential circulation, rotation, etc. Let's see. Checking the latest mesoanalysis from the Storm Prediction Center, and I'm looking at the atmospheric parameters. So for folks wondering at home, mesoanalysis basically takes all the surface and land-based weather stations and combines all that data into one plot to help us ascertain what's going on in the environment. And right now I'm looking to see how much spin there could be, how much juice there is, and I do see a bit of an overlap in like the Maryland Panhandle in the next couple of hours. So I may wait here until 3 or 4 p.m. before heading back east. But ultimately, the overarching environment is not favorable for any sustained long track supercells, which is how it's usually possible to determine if it's going to be sort of a higher end tornado setup or anything like that. And we're just not really seeing that quite right now. So again, waiting to see what's going on. If anything changes, we still have 6 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, multiple across east central Virginia, but those to me don't look all that strong. And then in North Carolina, along Interstate 95, a wall of rain is coming. Absolute downpours. There might be some wind too, but I don't really think a ton is mixing down to the ground, due in large part to something called an inversion. Air temperatures don't really cool off that much with height, so there's nothing to really help surface air rise. And that rising surface air is what goes up and grabs that momentum and then pulls it back down. And I just don't really see that. I also don't see any tight rotations on radar right now either. We did have a couple brief circulations earlier on, one that may have produced a tornado near RDU, or Raleigh Durham International Airport. No confirmation on whether or not that occurred, but still something that we're trying to comb around for reports on just in case. Coming up on 2 o'clock Eastern Time, 1 o'clock Central, I'm meteorologist Matt Cappucci as we continue to track a few scattered storms on the eastern seaboard. They're not that mean. They're kind of well behaved right now, but northern North Carolina is still seeing some downpours and some lightning from time to time. And as you get north into Virginia, not even any lightning, just something called a convective fine line, or this little band of thunderless thunderstorms. I call them that because they're a band of storms that isn't quite tall enough to get charge separation and produce thunder and lightning. So instead, they just kind of mosey on through, and sometimes they have enough spin to produce tornadoes, but right now that doesn't look to be the case. I am seeing some rotating storms beginning to form in West Virginia, and those do have my attention, but they're very small, and they're so far away from me right now. They're another 140 miles that I don't necessarily have the ability to drive that far. But that's a sign of potentially things to come. We'll see how many try to make it east towards us. I may go down to Martinsburg, Virginia. Time will tell, or hover along Interstate 81. But yeah, Jack, any word on Erica's proximity? Gotcha. Do you know if it was a tech issue? Okay, good. I should hope so. Erica deserves a lunch break, and it's been a long day for so many so far. If we go until 2 o'clock without any additional. What is that? What is that? I don't think that's a tornado warning. It's definitely not a tornado warning. Did I break something? Where is that even coming from? Am I being punked? I'm in Hagerstown, Maryland, and obviously y'all can hear that, right? Yeah, I'm in Hagerstown, and believe me, there's no, to repeat, there is no weather nearby. I don't know why we have a siren going. I don't even know where the siren is coming from.
That's interesting. I just came back and
It's partly sunny here, and there's no warning anywhere around and no active weather, but I guess someone wanted to press the big red button. I think that's how we should announce Erica's arrival every time. Just have a big siren going.
I literally just came back and I was confused. I was worried there.
We missed you so much. But Erica, I vote that if we get no tornado warnings before the top of the hour, I mean, we will have done 4 hours. What are your thoughts on calling it, or do you think we should continue?
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you, honestly. Right now, just severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have a couple more hours across eastern North Carolina, but of course, we're going to continue tracking the threat on our social platforms. Let me read some last minute questions here and see if anybody. Yeah, so yeah, somebody's saying they never knew we had a YouTube. Yeah,
Of course we do.
post quite a bit on YouTube, Pedro. So thank you for checking us out. Share our content. If you're watching us on YouTube, like our video. Annapolis, Maryland earlier was seeing some downpours. Sussex County, Delaware, very windy. Yeah, Sandy, that was quite interesting. Are you still hearing the sirens there?
No, the siren stopped. It was like 4 big wee woos, and that was that.
I wonder if they were testing anything. Sometimes that happens.
Scared the heck out of me.
I know in Norman, Oklahoma, they test siren at noon every Saturday.
I love that. I mean, I guess it is coming up on 2 p.m. and it's today's a Wednesday, right? Yeah, all day. So that was bizarre.
Feels like a Friday. It's been such a long week.
It does. I feel like we've been tracking severe weather for ages and ages and ages, but yeah, I mean, so often I feel like they're testing sirens in places, and I never have any idea what they mean because half the time a county will sound them for tornadoes, other times they might sound them for wind or hail or whatever. We always remind folks not to rely on sirens, to have an actual way to be notified, because sirens are just a Cold War relic that they didn't know what to do with after the Cold War, so they sound them for wind and stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, Cappucci, so what is your thinking for the rest of the afternoon?
I think that for the rest of the afternoon, I mean, there might be 1 or 2 cells over rural West Virginia or Western Virginia, and I may stay here for a little while and see if anything happens. But all told, there's just not too much going on right now.
Yeah, well, Cappucci, stay safe. We're almost in the 2 o'clock hour, and seeing if anybody else has any more questions, but I think we will wrap it up here at 2. Sandy, thank you as always for joining our live stream, and all the ones who've been commenting. Stay safe if you're in Eastern North Carolina. It's really the only spot that we still have that tornado watch, at least through 8 o'clock this evening. But overall, just some severe thunderstorm warnings pushing through North Carolina. So gusty winds, and now seeing an uptick in lightning as well in North Carolina. And that's something we have not seen pretty much the entire morning into the afternoon. Down in Florida, though, looks like that severe thunderstorm warning has expired. Now most of the rain is now on the south side of Orlando. Lightning there, some pretty heavy rain in Point Siena. I don't know if I'm saying that right, down by Orlando, just about an hour south of Orlando. I've driven through that area before. And an uptick in lightning for those severe thunderstorm warnings for Rocky Mountain, Wilson, North Carolina.
I found out what the siren was for. It is the Clear Springs, Virginia, or Clear Springs, Maryland Volunteer Fire Department. So it would appear as though that siren lets people know that there has been a call and that people need to be dispatched. So it's not a weather thing. It's 4 little sirens and someone needs help.
Oh, they sounded pretty loud.
Yeah, I guess that's how you know you're in a rural area, but I'm right near the town center.
That's interesting.
Hmm.
I think when I heard the siren, I literally looked at radar and was like, what is going on? Like, freaked me out there for a second.
Same. That's always like my first go-to, but I also hear a train nearby. But I also don't see train tracks. Where is the train?
All sorts of noises happening there.
Spooky, spooky.
And so where are you at now in
Clear Spring, Maryland.
Clear Springs, Maryland? See if I can find this on the map. Oh, so you're on the west side of Hagerstown.
Yeah, I'm debating continuing farther west or just kind of waiting here and seeing if it's worth going west because I don't want to keep going all that way and then not wind up getting anything. So it really depends on how much clearing we get here and if we're able to juice up the atmosphere.
Yeah, let's see what it looks like on satellite. Now that you mentioned that. So you're like over here. I wish I had a way to draw. We could show Cappucci's location, but yeah. Interesting. Sandy wants to see you, Jack. But I don't think we could. I don't know, Jack, if we have the capability of pulling you up on the stream before we end it. Yeah.
I know what we can do, Jack. Are we able to take my camera full? I just want to say hello to everyone. Oh, it says it's on. It's transmitting. It's been transmitting for the past hour and a half. Oh, can we take it up full for a sec? All right, let me know when it's up. Give it just one sec. I have something special for Sandy Rose. I assume there's a brief delay. Oh, come on, Jack. Put it up.
Yeah, I don't see anything. Yeah, I think your camera's laggy, Cappucci. I don't see anything.
Oh,
Yeah, I think
I'm
you are
transmitting
frozen.
5,500 kilobytes per second.
Oh.
There's Jack. Can you see?
Why? No, a second. Yeah.
Oh, come on.
See, this is why Jack doesn't trust you. Jack knew exactly what you were gonna do. He could just read your mind. He didn't trust you with that.
I have a whole album. It somehow it hasn't decided, Jack, if you're a person or a pet because it has labeled everything people and pets.
They asked if you're on a treadmill. Cappucci.
It also has Noodles in there. Noodles is a pet. Good times. Trying to think. All right, it's past 2 o'clock. Do we have any tornado warnings? Nope. And several severe thunderstorm warnings appear to have either expired or diminished.
Yeah, so Jack, I don't know if you could pull yourself up, but I think we'll leave it there. Cappucci is going to be in the field, and so look out for his content on social media. If he does happen to see anything, we'll be the first. You'll be the first to know because you'll be publishing it on our social media platforms. If you have any more questions about today's threat, you can also find us on X, losing my train of thought here, X, Facebook, and our personal platforms as well. I'm always on Instagram, so that's an easy way to reach me. Facebook as well. You know, Cappucci's all over. We're on Blue Sky. Follow us on there as well. Quite a bit of you guys follow us on Blue Sky. So we're going to continue coverage on our social media platforms. So follow us on there. And thank you all for joining us, leaving your comments in the chat. We always love these live streams. One of my favorite parts is interacting with you guys and seeing the comments that come in, where you're reporting from. So all of that is super helpful. Keep them coming on social media. We want to see what you're seeing in your city. And of course, after this wave of severe storms moves out of the way, we're going to be tracking other threats heading into tomorrow. a very active weather pattern, not just in terms of severe weather, but winter weather, fire weather. And so look for our updates on the My Radar app. But until then, we will see you on social media, and stay safe, y'all. Thank y'all for joining us. And Cappucci, stay safe out in the field as well.
Bye, everyone. Thank you again for watching.
We're getting inside of it. We're getting inside the tornado right now, right here. We are in the tornado.
In the tornado right here.
Tornado. We deploy
Power lines are coming down. Stop it right here. Stop it right here.
We gotta back up.
Back it up. Back it up. Oh, roof's going. Roof's gone right now. Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cappucci. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
From a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't.
The general disclaimer, obviously, I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, there's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that getting to this point was dangerous. The first out of the eye, I mean, look at all the damage just on this little stretch of highway.
Flooding farther to my south, but when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news, though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it